started raining. It'll be fine. That's all right.
It's on the agenda. I'm just waiting for 6 o'clock.
This is always like the longest 3 minutes of your life, Marty.
No, it's just, for me, it was the stuff after midnight. I did 12:45 one time with another agency.
We used to start these meetings at 7 o'clock and get out of here like at midnight.
Well, I figured, I had one place where I had 60 speakers, 34 and 30 against on one item. And, you know, if you don't listen, if you don't speak,
Really?
that's all we need for an
Yeah,
appeal.
when I interned in Los Gatos, we very rarely got it.
4-2.
Really?
Yeah,
Rarely?
almost every meeting was one highlighted division.
Marina has an automatic,
Yeah.
Marina has an automatic deadline at 10 o'clock, so they have to continue the meeting till the next day.
Yeah, we have a 10 o'clock here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And people sit up here, they're so surprised when somebody has a limit here. They're like, what? Really? You can do that?
Where is the limit? Where is it written?
And the planning commission bylaws.
Oh, I don't know that I've ever seen this actually. It's got a copy of this, yeah.
Who swears in on the commission? Who swears in on the commission?
Trish, where's she at?
Should I get one?
So not to get the oaths.
Yeah.
We need a quorum, so you need to sign your oath, so we have a quorum to start the meeting.
We have a form.
Not sworn in yet.
Yeah.
Not completely sworn in.
So, I guess I can't do it, huh?
Right?
We need to get the other two here to,
Yeah, I thought as soon as the council appointed them, that was it, so.
Well, pretty
We need
much,
to
but
go
you need to sign an
on.
oath of office to.
Well, she's been out, she's not in, she's completely out. And then she's been,
I know, but what I'm saying is, what you need is you're here to start the meeting.
No. I swear it's in.
yeah, but we can't open the meeting until we have a form. That's a dilemma. Dave Maderos is out there.
Yeah, we'll give him a call.
Oh, I knew this before, this is the first.
And
Well,
everything's
I don't
vetted.
think the swearing in of new commissioners has to be done necessarily during the meeting. It can be done prior to the meeting, and then you'd have a quorum.
That's correct. That's why Trish is going to get the oath, so.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna get on my business tonight.
What are the comments? I didn't read mine, if you want to right here. Just take mine for now.
It's on the city's website. Okay, so that just showed up today?
Well,
So March 15th. Consistent with the time we took it to the,
Okay. That's good.
You've been on agency commission before?
Not like this. But I've done a lot of committee work.
So, we never did.
Marty, I think there's more work here than what I thought in the county. There is. After seeing it, wait a
Why do you think they give it us?
We have
minute. Well, I'll give it a shot.
has to rewind, so but when you read this and you ask for comments, all that could basically say the city, so basically saying that in the future, should somebody decide I'm not sure if it's
I'm gonna ask that question. Well, did you notice the big subdivision isn't to scale? We can't even put the rule on them and say, okay, it's, when the street width is truly 24 foot or 16 feet.
I took my notes on our last airlines to
No, this is right. He was appointed on that day.
Okay, but then how is this, when is there
Yeah, that is the wrong.
this Tuesday, they actually.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And then what's this?
She can have them sign in their own name. She doesn't have to, you know.
Okay.
We'll just take direction from the city clerk and see where we go from here. Sorry, what are you doing?
Trish is?
Yeah, she's in the other room.
Oh, she's coming.
She's the typing out this.
Oh, okay, because I'm going to say I could take notes if it doesn't have to be recorded.
Thank you.
Where'd you lose control, Matt?
This isn't mine. I was just helping.
So that they should have their signature on this as well.
Yeah, sign and then we
Okay,
can,
so
then
we'll
they're
say
official.
next to your name.
Okay, sounds good.
Start the meeting.
So next to your name.
Thank you, ma'am.
There you go.
Copies, or get one. If you would sign next to your name
Sign after we're sworn in or now?
now. Otherwise, we can't convene the meeting. Understand.
But I haven't been sworn in.
No, so actually, this is the written swearing in, so that's the official record. Usually when you do it, it's just ceremonial when you do it at the meeting, but we put these in the file. By law, you have to keep a written record of the oath, so that's
Okay.
your legal swearing in. So that allows us to start the meeting.
You're all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
We there? Okay. Good evening and welcome to, well, Happy New Year, first of all. This is the regular meeting of the San Juan Bautista City Planning Commission. Today is January 3rd, and first we'll have roll call. I take that back. We'll have the salute to the flag first and then roll call. Everybody gets patriotic. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we'll go for roll call now. City Clerk? Secretary? Whatever.
Brenda Spranger.
Here.
Darlene Boyd.
Here.
Scott Friel.
Here.
John Hopper.
Present.
Andy Moore.
Here.
Okay, we can continue then. So we had some ceremonial items here, the transitioning of outgoing and incoming commissioners, swearing in, and selection of chairman and vice chairman. Let's see, how do you want to handle the transition? Well, maybe we should do it. I can ask each ready to comment, tell us who they are, since the public may or may not know, especially out-of-towners. We'll start with that.
Introduction.
Introductions. John?
Hi, I'm John Hopper. I've been a resident of this town 20-something years. I served on this commission for 6 years, 3 years of that as the chair. I served on the city council for 8 years, twice as mayor. And I want to thank you for considering appointing me here and look forward to working with all the members of the public on a variety of issues, whether it's somebody's sign in front of their business or major projects like a couple we have on the agenda here before us. My phone number's in the book. I actually answer my phone, and I have email. I'm not one of those people that dodges questions or comments. Thank you.
Scott?
My name's Scott Friels. I'm a lifelong member, resident, San Juan, 51 years. I was on the fire department for close to a little over 25 years. I served as the assistant chief for 13 and the chief for 4. Been involved in a handful of projects in town, one of the historic reviews, and I helped out with the water project a little bit. Like John says, my phone number's in the book, and I do answer emails. I'm a little slow. I'm not a techno guy, so bear with it. Looking forward to this year. Thank you.
Darlene?
My name is Darlene Boyd. I've lived in San Juan Bautista since 2012. I've served on many committees, but never a commission before, so this is going to be interesting. I am very happy to be here, and I'm glad I've been appointed. And I hope I can bring some aesthetic sensibilities to some of the stuff that we're going to be talking about. And I think that's all there is for right now.
Andy? Thank you.
Andy Moore. I've been a resident since 2006. Served 6 years on the council, mayor 2 terms. It can be reached by phone, email, or you can come by my house at 505 2nd Street. I'm right down the street. You can knock on the door, no big deal. I often thought one thing, and it's true, that I believe that the planners actually work just as hard or harder than the council members, looking at the packet and what the time that they put into it. So it'll be fun and interesting, and look forward to 2017. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, City Clerk, you want to swear the folks in?
Yes. Okay. Here we go. All right.
Do we need to stand down there or here?
Everybody's here.
I'm on your way.
Raise your right hand and state your name after I say aye, and I will read it, and then at the end, if you could respond in the affirmative, I hope. I
John D.
Darlene
Andy
Boyd.
Moore.
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
I do.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Okay.
We're in, huh?
There's a button down at the bottom there.
Got it.
Okay. Selection of chairman and vice chairman. Do you have any nominations?
I move to nominate John Hopper for chairman.
I
Is there-
second that.
Second, okay. Are there any other nominations?
I nominate Ernest Franco for chairman.
Is there a second? Okay, dies for lack of second. That leaves us with one. Congratulations, Mr. Hopper.
Do we have to vote?
Well, by affirmation or consensus, or in fact,
No vote.
there's nobody running against you.
It's the pleasure of the chair.
You need to vote.
Okay, we need to vote.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Boyd,
Aye.
Commissioner Friel,
Aye.
Commissioner Hopper,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Chairman Franco.
Aye.
All members of the commission being present, the motion is stated by the maker passes unanimously.
Okay. At that point, I'll vacate my seat and switch with you.
Sure, or are we going to take a, yeah, that's fine.
No, you're the chairman, I do.
I think I can do that from over there.
That was me.
Okay, so item 2 on the agenda would be the appointment of vice chair. So I'll open it up to any comments, and I'll start with those comments. I've had the pleasure of knowing Andy Moore for many, many years. He and I served in law enforcement. I've not had the opportunity to talk to him about his willingness to serve as vice chair. I did have the opportunity to speak to you, Darlene. And I think her artistic approach to some of the design elements of these projects, particularly when it comes to looking at signs and what have you, could bring a lot to the table. And I've known Scott ever since I moved to this town, and I think his background as the former fire chief of this town, and doing building inspections, and at one time the fire department, I don't know if they still do, actually was involved in the approval process. So that would my input. I think any of those are strong candidates, and I'd like to hear other members of the commission's thoughts on that.
I'll just leave it. I think maybe the two new individuals, Darlene and Scott, either one would be fine with me. Whatever, I don't, that's my personal opinion.
Mr. Franco, any comments? Darlene, or Ms. Boyd, did you want to make a comment?
I would be very glad to serve if you would like to have me, so.
Mr. Friels?
That sounds good. I'll nominate Darlene Boyd as the vice chair.
Okay, so there's a nomination on the floor to nominate Darlene Boyd as vice chair. Do we have a second to that?
I'll second that.
Second it? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or opposite?
Votes
We
are,
got to do a name call?
that's it, you have to do a roll call vote for some reason.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
Is that
New
correct?
laws,
Yes.
trust us, new law.
Well, I'll trust you, but I'd like to know why. Why is it?
Well, I'm just following the rules with the city council, and it's right there in the city code that you have to take a vote.
At a city council meeting and a planning commission meeting?
No, the city, that's the way the city council procedure is for adoption of chair and vice chair.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm following the rules.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Boyd,
Aye.
Commissioner Friels,
Aye.
Commissioner Hopper,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Franco.
Aye.
All members of the commission being present, the motion is stated by the maker passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you for that. The chair will now open up the floor to public comment, please. Do we have any speaker cards? Should we call them? How do you guys do this? Does people just come forward or you call them by?
Usually we ask that they turn in the speaker card.
Okay.
I turned in the card, but Chairman Franco had it.
I have it
Okay.
here, yes.
Okay.
Well, don't anybody stress out about filling out a card. If you want to say something, just say it. Come on up here.
Okay, you need to switch your nameplates too.
No. Oh, I don't.
I'm Emily Renzel. I don't know if this mic works or not, but anyway, I'm Emily Renzel and I own the Casa de Anza at 3rd and Franklin. And sometime when I was asleep at the switch, the city council voted to put a stop sign on 3rd at Franklin and a one-way street on Franklin between 3rd and 4th. Number one, I don't think the traffic warrants either one of those actions, but my particular objection is that I am at the entrance to the historic district. I'm the oldest building in the historic district, a 1799 adobe. The new signage required for those two traffic control measures puts a one-way sign right in front of my building, right there at the corner, and then the stop sign on the other, well, it comes on the side of my building, on the front of the building. So I did some research on what it takes to warrant stop signs, and typically it requires 300 count cars on the main thoroughfare, which would be 3rd, every hour for 8 hours, any 8 hours. And the second criteria that could substitute for that would be 5 accidents in 1 year. Now, I've been at the CASA since the very end of '07, and I've never observed an accident there. That doesn't mean there haven't been some, because I haven't been there 100% of the time. But I have not observed that it's a particularly dangerous intersection. And so I did go out and count cars. And I gave you all a summary of what I did. I counted motorcycles as cars. I counted U-turns in the intersection, of which there were 3 or 4, as 2 trips through the intersection. So I was conservative in my estimates. And basically, on 3rd Street, the total hourly counts were 194, 151, 142 and 154. This was last weekend. I did it on Friday from 1 to 2, and on Saturday from 11:30 to 12:30, and from 1 to 2, and from 3 to 4. So they were all pretty representative of a holiday weekend in San Juan, and those were the counts that I got. Then there were various turns from 3rd in and out of Franklin, both directions, and I counted those. And then the final totals for everything that happened in that intersection: 259, 216, 195, and 187. Nowhere near 300, which is required on 3rd alone. So, because this is a historic town and a historic district, and my building is one of the most interesting and oldest buildings, I would really like not to have these modern sign artifacts there, and I don't believe this ever came through the Historic Board, which you will also serve as, although you're not meeting that way tonight. But I would hope that you'll look into this and perhaps give some feedback to the council as to the non-advisability of doing this. So, thank you.
No, thank you for your time.
Is there a stop sign or anything like that?
Yeah, we're good. Procedural question. So if we had a question about her comments, would we ask those now under these new guidelines, or will we wait till the end of the public comment?
I think it's your druthers as the chair. I think you can make, according to the Brown Act, you can make brief comments, or you can direct staff to come back with it at a next meeting to explain.
Thank you. Can staff update us on how we got to that decision and what is happening there?
The city council directed the staff to investigate the one-way there. They came up with a report. They adopted the report with the signage.
Okay, and that's been approved?
Yes.
So what would be the next action to occur? Does that we just go put up signs, or what happens next?
Well, if Emily is contesting that, I would recommend that she make that same presentation to the city council. They can reverse their action, yes.
And we can make a recommendation to do so.
I've provided information, the same information, plus an appeal letter to the council asking them to reconsider their decision. But I was hopeful that maybe the Planning Commission / HRB would weigh in as it affects the historic character of San Juan, the city of history.
Sure.
Thank you.
Legal question. So what would be the timeline for her appeal?
Well, she would have to appear at the next city council meeting. That would be January the 17th, make the presentation.
Okay, so this matter never came before the Planning Commission.
No.
Okay, well, good luck with that. I wish maybe we could have some input on that, but I don't think we can.
We have another public comment, Carla.
Thank you, members of the Planning Commission. I just wanted to support Ms. Renzel's application, and I was hoping that maybe the Historic Resources Board or the Planning Commission could support her position. As she mentioned, this is the entrance to the National Register Historic District. It's one of the oldest and most unique buildings. It's very highly photographed, painted, drawn. You know, it's what it shows up when we publicize San Juan Bautista. It's frequently there, and to have a big stop sign right in front of the building and a big one-way sign on the other corner just seems very inconsistent. And there have been other issues coming up where the city is doing, they're putting up signs, they're painting curbs, they're doing crosswalks, they're putting in the yellow plastic stuff for people who are vision impaired. All of these types of things that may have a visual impact on our historic district. I would urge that you ask that these matters come before the Historic Resources Board and the Planning Commission before they are implemented. Thank you.
Is there a statute for jurisdiction on behalf of the Planning Commission or the Historic Resources Board to these matters?
Possibly as a the Historic Resources Board, possibly as a sign, possibly. These signs are controlled by traffic control, so I could look at that.
At the pleasure of the commission, what if we would ask staff to investigate that and bring it back to our next meeting, looking for some kind of jurisdictional authority for this body and or the Historic Resources Board to provide some guidance to the council? I would also be concerned about the fact that this has already been approved by the council and what impact that might have legally or otherwise if we were to meddle in that, if you will, for lack of a better technical term.
You might not have an opportunity just because you're not meeting tonight. It's the Historic Resources Board and it's not on the agenda. And so this is likely to go to the council before it would have the opportunity to come back to you for a decision.
Okay, so I'd look for a recommendation from the Planning Commission that the City Council, upon their hearing of this matter, should it become before them, send this item back to the Historic Resources Committee and or the Planning Commission for further review prior to taking any action.
I make such recommendations.
Do I have a, so that's that's a motion. I need a second. Second that.
I would do this by consensus. It's not on the agenda tonight, so
Sure.
you're just really sending direction, not making an actual
That's great
decision.
advice. Thank you for that.
I'd rather have her hold up going to the council, take to the HRB, get a resolution from them, and then send that to the council.
Sure. I
That
just
would give her more base of support at the planners level.
I would concur with that, Mr. Franco. I'm just concerned because I don't think we have an answer to what her timelines would be legally to appeal that. So, I mean,
there's nothing to appeal because no decision has been made.
well, I thought that
No, the
I
council
thought the
did.
council,
Did.
yeah, no, the council has approved that stop sign and a one-way sign.
The appeal is to the courts,
The council approved
The appeals to the courts?
from the council
it.
to the courts.
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well,
That's why I say, do all the legwork down here with HRB, and then the council has the full record in front of it, why they should change it, and then they can act on it.
okay, well, I concur, but I think the advice we heard from council was that we do not have jurisdiction at this juncture, which
No.
is why I was looking to take that approach of asking the council not to take action and send it back to us for further review. So
I'll defer to the chairman.
I think there was a motion, unless I lost track here. Was there a second?
Well, I think she's mentioned not to do
Oh,
a
that's right. She said just by consensus?
consensus.
Right, and the city manager said this action was taken 6 months ago to approve the sign, so it's not really an appeal process. It would really be asking the council to reconsider its
reverse it.
decision
Okay.
or to take down the sign, so
And we can
there's
do that
not
by
really a
consensus.
certain appeal process.
Okay.
Just to let you know, there has been no signs erected.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. So she provided during her informal comment, she provided a written document. Can we make sure that that's in the record somewhere, her traffic count? And that that be provided to the council should she decide to have them hear this matter?
Okay.
And any appropriate speaker cards relative to this issue, which I think was just Kara's comment. Okay. Further public comment. I just lost my agenda, so I don't know what I'm doing. I got it.
I'm Georgiana Velarde, 1 2nd Street. Relevant to this, and thank you for considering. Before council took action on this, I had sent an email to the city manager and the council. The question had been brought, what could we do in town for traffic calming? And my comment to them was the best traffic calming on Alameda was the stop signs at the end of Pierce Lane, the three-way stoplight. And I begged them not to remove those, which I thought was part of this idea of moving the stop sign closer to 3rd Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any further comments?
Ms. Jolene Cozio?
Jolene Cosio, 181 Lane Street, and I completely understand the desire to slow traffic down, and it works very well, I think, at the other end of town, where there's a stop sign right before you get into the historic district, and it's a little more difficult at this end, and it may be a done deal. Franklin, as far as traffic goes, probably seems like a real good location for the stop sign. But if there is a historic reason to object to it, I would like to suggest a stop sign at Washington,
which would work almost as well. And Washington is a very difficult intersection, as all of you who live here know. And at various times, the city manager has talked about making the little short stretch of Washington between 2nd and 3rd a one-way street also. And I never really liked the idea because I use it to come down, because you can't come down Mariposa. But it might make as much or more sense to have everything there, leave the stop sign in place where it is now coming into town from the stoplight. It's just, it may all be too late to discuss this at this point, but Washington might make a good alternative to Franklin for putting a stop sign, because we do need to slow traffic down through the downtown. Obviously, those 15-mile-an-hour speed limit signs are not working.
Yeah. Speed bumps. Any further public comment on any items? Yes.
Yes, my name is David Medeiros, and I'm an outgoing commissioner. I just thought I'd congratulate everybody that's here today and wish them good luck as far as their service goes for the city. The only thing I'd like to bring up at this time is that as an outgoing person from the commission, which I didn't quit or resign or anything like that, there's really nothing formal that's being done on my part. I understand that there's congratulatory comments and things like that, which I really appreciate. So, but shouldn't there be some kind of a transition process? Maybe a special meeting where the outgoing and the incoming have a chance to go over some of the things that I worked hard on and all the other commissioners worked on, and discuss it before the changeover happens. And at the same time, shouldn't there be something where the outgoing commissioner who did not quit, I see the person who resigns or quits, they have an opportunity to state why they're quitting before the public. Well, I'm going out, it's nice that I would have a chance to say something before the public in a formal process that would be designed by the commission. And I'd also like to see something like that be recommended for the city council, for those people going out, coming in, and what have you. So a transition period to work things out and maybe we can help each other move the city forward in a positive direction.
Okay, before you leave the podium, is there any precedent for transitional formation? I mean, briefings by previous, either for the city, for either council or for planning commission to just brief on projects, or is that typically handled one-on-one by staff?
I don't know of any process.
I mean, is there an official phone call or something? Or?
Well, we'd have to be cognizant of the Brown Act, but even though you're not a sitting planning commissioner. Okay, so I think what he's suggesting is there might be some value hearing their comments on how it's worked in the past or not worked maybe, and so there is no precedent for that?
Not that I know of. I haven't been really involved in the transition of planning commission.
Okay. I think it's a good idea every time you have new people coming through. But in this case, you have 4 new members completely, and you still have a couple of the folks who have worked on this thing for a long time on various items. And sometimes you have commissioners who have never served at all. Sometimes you have commissioners who are veterans like yourself. And all this in between, all the knowledge, everything that they have could be shared. The new commission does what they want, but at least you have heard what some of the issues were that came through.
Also, for those people who resigned or what have you, even give them an opportunity to perhaps give their viewpoints or allow themselves to be open to help. I mean, like I said, I've been here and I've worked several years doing this, and we put a lot of work into it, and I would like to continue that work in a positive way. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Those are those are good comments and something to think about. Let's chew on that and come back to that, because I think there is some opportunity as long as we agendize that discussion. And then of course, also always any of those previous planning commissioners or city council members or whoever can come up to this podium and say whatever they want. So I just wanted to say that if we don't, schedule some workshop or something like that we public notice.
That would be the best way, would be a workshop, because over here they start talking and
Yeah.
you can't dialogue with them under the Brown
And
Act.
we could do that like on a Saturday or something, so we get more members of the public that attend. I know a lot of people are challenged about getting here, after work, especially at 6 o'clock and things like that. Do we do any kind of ceremonial presentation to previous members?
At the council level?
At the council level?
Since it was the council member who appointed him.
Great. Well, hopefully all of us can be there for that. But thank you for your service.
Thank you.
You said they did that already?
They did that already, yes.
Oh, it's coming up. Okay. All right. Suitable for framing, I hope. All right. Any other public comment? Okay. So the next item on the agenda is for informal project review. And essentially what this is the opportunity for anybody that's thinking maybe they'll do something in this town to approach us at this point and just give an informal briefing. I like to think of that sometimes as a litmus test for something you're thinking about doing or that you've heard about that should be done or you'd like to do. So do we have anybody that has any informal project reviews and or has staff received any notification as such?
Mr. Chair, no, we have not received any applications for an informal presentation.
Okay, anybody out there? All right, seeing none, we'll move forward to the consent items. Now, I don't think we can actually do this all as one action because some of us can't approve these minutes because we weren't actually here. So let me just do this really quickly. First, I'd look for a motion to approve the affidavit of posting of the agenda.
So moved.
I second.
Okay, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
The next one would be approve the affidavits of posting and public hearing notice.
Move to approve.
Second?
A second.
All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
And then how do we handle these approval minutes that we weren't at?
Well, you need to approve the minutes for the record book, right? We need a quorum to do that. And you don't actually have to be at the meeting to approve the minutes. I mean, most people usually want to be so that they can affirm they're correct. So, we're kind of in a standstill here where if you don't approve them, they're not going to go in the record book. So you have to rely on staff to have, that they're accurate, and the city manager and the planners that were here, that the minutes were accurate.
All right, so
I can work with them on that. I was here for all those.
Okay, and I realize I just made a technical error. Excuse me. I haven't done this in a while, but are there any members of the public that would like to comment on items that are on the consent agenda or ask for those to be pulled? Any items? Even though we just approved 2 of them? Okay, I'm sorry for that. I'll try to never, ever do that again. Okay, so you're just looking for us to approve them?
That they were accurately taken and reflect the actions of the planning commission.
Yes, Tricia.
Can I ask that you do pull August 2nd? I'm not comfortable with
Sure.
anything approved tonight. I have.
Okay, at the request of staff, we'll pull item D.
Yeah, thank you.
And then what action do you want us to take? Just
C?
Why don't you pull both of them, and I'll work with staff for the ones I was there and verify that, correct everything is in there.
so you have, okay, all right.
I can do that with them.
Does that work?
Because I'm just looking for typos and, stuff that the verbiage is clear, just sends a message.
Okay, and is there any negative impact on not approving these minutes that would
The record's
form
incomplete.
that would form a foundation for any actions that we might take tonight to be reversed or rethought?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So how do I handle that?
Move to continue the approval of the minutes of July and August of 2016 to the next meeting.
Okay, that sounds like a motion. A second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
All right. All right, public hearing items. Item A, staff report.
Mr. Mayor, members, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission.
Thank you for that promotion.
Okay, yes. Okay. The applicant is requesting a rezoning of a small rectangular parcel, approximately 2,853 square feet, from commercial to a residential low-density R1. And back in 1998, when the general plan was prepared, this parcel here got designated as commercial zoning as part of the San Juan Inn, and then it was zoned commercial. In the new general plan that was adopted in 2035 series, it was designated R1. And so the zoning land use is different, proposed land use is different than what the current zoning is. The California state law, that guides us on all our land use is the general plan. The general plan controls our land use there. In this case here, the zoning is not consistent with the direction that the general plan has earmarked for this parcel, and so it would behoove us is to bring it into compliance with the general plan. So this resolution that we proposed, and the applicant is requesting that this parcel be rezoned from commercial to residential. R1.
Is there any further staff report, planner? City attorney?
I would just say that it's required by state law that you bring your zoning ordinance into conformity with your general plan.
Is there comment on behalf of the applicant?
My name is John McCormick. I'm a commercial real estate broker. I represent the seller on this project. What happened was when Highway 156 went through town, the owners of the property had several different properties in here because it all got mixed up. And what happened is the title companies lost this little triangular piece in two different title reports. So it was caught by the civil engineer who did up the plan for the project that this parcel was not included in any of the discussions. So we had to go back and do a whole lot of paperwork to make sure that the transfers occurred, and then we brought that attention to the city, and so that's how this evolved. Rather innocent, but in this area of the highway, there's a lot of people that got bifurcated and the transfers didn't work out properly.
And what is your understanding of the date when this omission or error occurred? How long ago was it?
I think it was when Kathleen's mother died. I think it was 2005, I think it was. And I think it was, it also predated that title report. But it was just, title companies think that they are insuring properties that they don't know what they're doing. Pretty innocent. Any other questions?
I don't. So this is a request for zoning, but this issue of the title being
The slice of property
that's in question
is the question that made this happen.
And that's how you discovered this?
Yes.
Okay.
Simple.
That makes sense.
And again, the actual rezoning of it will take place with the city council by ordinance upon your recommendation. So the resolution tonight is strictly a recommendation from the Planning Commission to the city council for the rezoning.
Okay, is that it on behalf of the applicant?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do members of the commission have questions of staff and/or the applicant? None?
I've got a question. I looked it up in the county's assessor's parcel, and they've got it shown. This could be totally two different things, but they have it shown as an agricultural on the assessor's parcel. And so I did a little more research, and I checked the property next to it, the larger piece, the 15 acres, and that's also under the county assessors as agricultural. And I asked them, these properties, are they in the city limits or not? And the county told me that they're not in the city limits, that they have not been recorded into the city limits. So,
And who did you talk to?
I talked to a gal at the county. I probably should have wrote her name down, but I know she put me on hold and then came back and
That
told me.
is incorrect. It was pre-zoned back in January 2016. The application was submitted in April 2016 to LAFCO and was approved.
It was approved in July, that's correct.
It was approved.
However, it doesn't sound like it was finalized somehow.
It is
from what
finalized, and we have the certificate from
We do have-
LAFCO
we do
and
have-
the Board of Equalization. Yes.
But do we have that from the county? Is there something that the county can show us
No.
that says that?
County
it is
does not
indeed-
receive that. It's the LAFCO director petitions the Board of Equalization for the certificate, and it comes directly to the city.
So that would not have, I'm sorry.
No, I just, that's why I'm still
Yeah.
curious why it's still shown as,
Yeah.
why is it still shown as
I would-
agricultural then?
Yeah, well, I would advise you,
Excuse me, can
Yeah.
I interrupt?
Yeah, please.
Frequently in the assessor's descriptions in these reports have to do with the uses, not the zoning.
And that I get, but if it would have been a commercial property, I think it would have showed commercial, wouldn't it? As far
It was
as,
farmed at the time. It used to
well,
be.
not where this barn is. This barn, we were
that
just
was-
told that this
was
barn
always commercial.
was
It
pulled in
always
as commercial, so.
But again, the county assessor does not have the zoning maps of what the land use is. The city of San Juan Bautista does.
But has it been recorded as property that is in the city limits?
This piece of property has always been in the city.
Okay.
Yes.
That's one of the questions I was
Yes.
asking, only because the larger the 15 acres, they claim it's not in the city limits.
That's what I thought.
Well,
So I was kind of concerned
Yeah.
that they were both. So that's concerned, because I guess the way I'm looking at it is if the county claims it's not in the city limits and I have no way to prove it, then how can I make a informed decision not being a county commissioner?
I think from the assessor's office, you should talk to the LAFCO director directly, and he's the one that has the answer, not the county assessor.
Okay, I think
Okay.
we're, just a point of order here, I think
Yeah.
we're talking about two different
Two
issues.
different places, yeah.
Issues, yeah.
So.
I thought they were all in the same,
No, thank you.
because they're the same owner. So.
No, thank you, Mr. Friels, and actually, that's insightful information. So, this particular piece of property, according to staff, has always been within the city limits.
That is correct.
And so the corrective action you're asking us to take is to change the zoning to be consistent with the current general plan?
That is correct.
Okay. And it's currently zoned as commercial?
That is correct. And our maps reflect that since 1998.
Now, this subject property has the historical barn on it, right? Well, I don't know what a historical barn is. Is it the property with the barn?
Portion of it, yes.
If I could, I did have a chance to talk to Kathleen Manning. She is hoping to disassemble the barn and move it somewhere else. She's hoping, if it's not too costly. Yeah.
That is correct. She has made the application to have it relocated, yes.
Okay, so bear with me for just a
On her
minute. So
property.
was there a negative declaration for this, or would that be necessary for a zoning change like this?
in the resolution.
Thank you. By the way, most of us have just had a few days to read this
Yeah.
information. And we'll use that same excuse from now forever.
We've only been here a few days.
Right.
It's with the general plan, EIR, and then it's also under the mitigated negative deck for the larger project.
It's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whereas the Planning Commission determines that this parcel is part of a larger project which was approved by a mitigated negative declaration with findings and conditions of approval, mitigation measures, and monitoring reporting programs in Resolution 216-32 on August the 2nd, 2016, and meets the CEQA compliance with the following findings.
Okay, well. So I think what has been summarized is this is just in the spirit of a cleanup of titles, and then, but why is the...
I don't think so much titles. I think John reflected is that there was some titles there. This piece has always been in the city of San Juan Bautista.
Yeah,
and it was zoned commercial. The new general plan has designated it low density R1. And it's our obligation to make sure that our zoning is consistent with the general plan. And this is the action that we're recommending.
Okay. So it wasn't farmland, so... Okay. I guess I would, are there any more questions from the commission? Of staff or the applicant? Okay, we'll open this item to public comment. Okay. You don't have any, I'm sorry, I should have asked that. Okay. All right, what is the pleasure of the commission?
I'll take it. I'll just read the title. Or do you want the whole thing read?
Well, is there any discussion here? Does anybody have any comments? I'm not suggesting we approve the resolution. Are there comments about this, questions?
Hey, Roger, this is part of the Copperleaf, right? Basically, if you look at the map, there's that little indentation.
Yeah, you're correct.
What is that? Is that a resident or a little?
It's part of the R1 district, yes.
Okay, but in that little pop-out where this
that would be a little accessory building will be put in there.
Okay.
Secondary unit.
In that, okay, that's fine.
So they're going to remove a big accessory building and put in a little one. I think the price it cost to do the little one, they can repair the barn and use that, but okay.
Okay, and then anybody have any comments, questions? All right, there was no public comment. So what is the pleasure of the commission?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that the commission approve what's called Resolution 2017-XX, a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista approving the rezoning of a 0.0655 acre parcel of land situated 251.17 feet north of the north line of the San Juan Hollister Road, APN 002-520-011, from commercial zoning to R1 low-density residential zoning district, and recommend to City Council. And on the last whereas, the last word of the third line, change it to read adopt with a colon.
That's a recommended change?
Yeah, that's part of my motion.
May adopt with a colon, okay.
Okay, any further, so that's a motion?
That's the motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
And that is resolution number 1.
2017-01, okay.
Okay, item B, staff report.
Again, the part of the title research discovered that there are 3 additional parcels that require a lot line adjustment for the subdivision to be adjusted. Part of the Copperleaf subdivision, Kathleen Manning has requested to reserve about an 1.5 acre piece of parcel directly east of the motel and north of the San Juan Hollister Road. And she's going to retain that thing. But the 3 parcels extend all the way through the parcel clear to Highway 156. And this lot line adjustment adjusts the lines and wraps them back to bring them back into that 1.03 acres of land that she's going to retain out of the 13 acres that the subdivision was involved. Now you can see in the resolution, and the application, and there are 3 plat maps in the back that shows the various parcels, and Exhibit B in your pamphlet there shows that there is 3 parcels that extend. One's a triangular piece, and 2 goes all the way back to 156, and they're going to be adjusted and wrapped around, and the parcel that she's retaining will be adjusted and compensated equal to their. So there's no more parcels that are created, and there's no more parcels that are eliminated. So what goes in comes out as the same.
Okay. And this is within the existing city limits?
And that is correct, and this has been pre-zoned and annexed by the city back in April through the LAFCO, and it was approved in July through LAFCO, and then processed through the State Board of Equalization.
Any further staff report?
No, I think that's it. Yeah.
Thank you. Any report or comment by the applicant? Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission for questions and or direction. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, this is not on this subject, but from my days at AMBAG, they said that we had to do roll call votes on everything now. And I noticed that the commission is not doing roll call votes. Isn't that now required rather than a raising of hands or an aye?
Yeah, she said that. It's my bad. Yeah.
And so the last resolution, I think, should have had a roll call vote.
And where are we getting this information that it has to be a roll call vote?
It doesn't have to be a roll call vote. What the law, they changed the Brown Act about 2 years ago, and they said that it has to be a clear recordation of which member voted which way.
Okay.
So typically, either the chair would restate the vote, 3 ayes, 2 nays, or you would do a roll call vote. A roll call vote isn't technically required every time if the chair restates the vote.
Okay.
3 ayes, 2 nays.
So has that been the practice? All right. Sounds arduous, but
It is.
It is, but you can do it.
But the record is very, very clear.
okay. Well, I don't know how clear the record could be if we just voted 5-0
Right.
without calling everybody's name.
That's
You
right.
just restated
That's
it.
clear, right. So it's clear. It's
Okay.
2.
All right. Thank you, Jolene, for that clarification.
It only matters if we don't all say aye.
No, well, I mean, but the record would say that we did, whether we actually enunciated that or not. And it would be incumbent upon the voting member to correct that, so. I think. All right, where were we? So was there any information that the applicant wanted to present? I don't think
So
so.
this lot line adjustment.
Yeah, so any public comment on the item? And you have no cards? No. Okay, so I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion and or action. Any discussion?
I've got a quick, Matthew, can I put you on the spot real quick? Yeah. The property that you want to save, There's a residence on that right now, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
And they've been, and he's...
For the record, too, speaking.
Yeah.
I'm Matthew Manning. I'm the son of the applicant, Kathleen Manning.
Okay, so that piece of property you retain in that residence, and you've got a family living there. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
And
that's
they'll continue to be there.
And he works for you, or he used to work for you, or?
He works part-time for us. He kind of does mechanic work now and then. His primary employment is not with us.
Yeah. So okay, I just want to make, because I knew there was a family living there, and I know that you guys are retaining it. So okay, cool. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, I would look for a motion, yea or nay, on this item.
I move that we approve this lot line adjustment, LLA 216-1101, all these numbers.
All these numbers. Is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
Okay. For the record, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries 5-0.
And that's resolution number 2.
Okay, item C, consider approval of site design review permit SDR 2016-1101, Copperleaf subdivision, APN number 012-130-031 at 200 through 300 San Juan Bautista Hollister Road. Applicant is Edenbridge Homes. Staff report.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, this is part of the Copperleaf subdivision. The approval of the conditions of approval, both on this one as well as the Rancho Vista. Planning Commission has always reserved the site and design review of the individual homes as a separate item, and so when they approve the condition of approval, they intentionally say that the applicant shall come back and make a separate application for the site design review, so that you can look at it not as in context of the subdivision, but context of the design of the homes and stuff. This application here is for that purpose. It's a site design review permit that reviews the type of homes that are going to be here.
Excuse me, can I make a comment? Behind that resolution, there was another one for, together with that, the categorical exemption on the lot line adjustment.
On the item we just...
Just want to make sure that we get both of them.
Oh, that's
There were
right.
2 resolutions on the lot line adjustment, Roger, remember for...
Right.
First one's categorical, and the second one's the adjustment.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should.
Okay.
Run this
It would be
together.
appropriate to,
Ones.
the
Thanks,
first
George. That's great.
resolution was making the findings in a categorically exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act under that section, Article 19, Section 15305. And then the second resolution is the approval of the lot line adjustment.
Where's this?
We did the lot line adjustment, right?
Mm-hmm. I
Okay.
thought that's what we did.
So was that listed on the agenda?
Yes.
No, it's not on the agenda. The two of them. you
It
only
takes
have one
two
on the-
resolutions to do this one.
Well,
Okay, but
I
we
mean-
only have one.
technically, you usually just run them together. I don't know why staff did 2 separate ones here, but you have to actually do the environmental review before you do the approval of the project. So that being the case, I think you should go back and withdraw your last vote, and then vote on the categorical exemption, and then vote on the
Okay,
project
well,
itself.
I'm not sure I feel comfortable with that if it wasn't really on the agenda as such. Maybe
It's
we
on the
should-
agenda. It's it's one project. I mean, typically, you wouldn't run your categorical exemption separate from your project approval. I mean, typically you wouldn't do that, but it looks like staff just did it this way for this project, but
Well,
it's for the project. So the project is on the agenda.
well, all it says
Lot
on
line
B is
adjustment.
considered lot line adjustment, but
Yeah.
doesn't have anything to do with the.
Well, you can't do a lot line adjustment without doing
Right.
environmental.
And
It's
that's,
automatic.
and that's fully understood, sir, but there's nothing in there that has anything that says about the environmental impact.
Normally, Trish always puts I and I2
Sure.
And inadvertently, it was not identified, the resolution, yeah.
Well, so no big deal. Somebody made a little technical error. So back to this item.
Okay.
I would look for a motion to rescind the previous decision made on this item.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Commission rescind Resolution 2017-02.
And I would second that. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstention? That motion carries 5-0. So I think there's two ways to correct this. One would be that we just re-agendize this item and take it up at the next meeting, so that the public's aware that we're actually reviewing two of those items.
I didn't know we had to. That's confused. It's a little bit confusing what's going on right now.
Okay.
It seems like something.
Ask the council a question.
Yeah.
What's the issue here? Isn't it automatic that if you can't do one without the other? And so the fact that you're going to do something, it has to have environmental review before, so you've got the document for environmental review in the packet, which to me says that there's, you've got, okay, it said we're going to do a lot line adjustment. You can't do that without environmental review. That's state law. So if we got the two resolutions, it should follow that we could do both of them.
Right, I think that's the case. When you have a project there, you just assume that you're going to have an environmental review with it. So it does put the public on notice that you're approving this project, which would have an environmental review. So I don't really think that you need to put it separately. I don't typically see cities putting them separately or putting the resolutions separately. Usually it all goes together.
Well, then why are we having to take two separate actions?
It's just the way that staff did these
The
two
way it's presented.
resolutions.
Okay. Well,
In the resolution before that, you had the environmental review together with the resolution. And
So it was
didn't
one
have
action.
And it didn't have it separately listed, it just said rezoning. So,
Okay, well,
you can direct staff to start doing that differently. It would be nice for them when they put it on there to run the resolutions together as
Sure.
one resolution, and also to put on lot line adjustment and approval of statutory
I
exemptions.
think that's
It'd be
great
nice to
technical
put-
advice and a good housekeeping issue, but I personally don't feel comfortable voting on an item that wasn't on the agenda as an action item. I really don't think that's the proper thing to do, and it's not in the public interest. I know it's a technical error. These things happen. Life goes on. But I don't feel comfortable doing that. So I would look for a motion to rehear this matter at the next meeting.
Continue.
Continue, thank you.
I second that motion.
I need a motion first. I
Well,
wasn't-
I'm sorry,
You make that motion?
I move that we continue this matter at the next meeting.
Okay, and a second?
Just the simple fact that it's not agendized, I have to second
And
that.
is this going to have it's not going to have, if we delay for 30 days, we're not going to have an impact, or is this going to slow everything down?
It's going to slow everything down, yes, absolutely.
Well, okay, never mind.
Well, I think that was just, a question that is going to.
All right, so we have a first and a second, so this is discussion, so
Okay, yeah,
your question is,
that-
will
that-
slow the project down?
Yeah, that was my question.
I don't think it's so much the project. I'm sympathetic is that the applicant is under duress of the IRS for a major penalty for the inheritance tax, and by closing this escrow and approving this lot line, it relieves her of that obligation. And I'm very sympathetic to that because she inherited a lot of land, and then the IRS came back and is seeking a lot of money, and they've got her under penalty and under duress. And this is part of the reason that she's selling it. If it wasn't for this, she would continue to use it like her mother had, and let the bulls roam through that 13 acres.
Okay, and I think that's good feedback, and possibly a need for urgency, just schedule a special meeting. I'm not sure what the IRS is going to be doing between tonight and next regular meeting, but we'll open up to the public in just a moment. Any So we have a first and a second. Is there any further discussion?
I have one question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Council, if we do take action and we don't prolong this for 30 days, in your professional opinion, are we good? I mean, in your perspective?
Yes,
I mean,
because
I see everybody's concerned, but I'm relying on a council to give me input, whether to move forward or hold up the wagon train, for 30 days.
The purpose of the agenda is to inform the public about the action you're taking tonight. And so generally, a project description that has the name and the APN number is going to tell the public what's happening tonight. So a lot line adjustment, the staff report was out there. I think it's assumed that a statutory exemption is going to take place as a part of the approval of the lot line adjustment. So I think housekeeping, it could have been done better, but I think you have enough information here to put the public on notice of the action you're taking tonight. So I do not believe that it could be challenged in court.
And we're not violating the Brown Act at all by voting on something that's not agendized. If you can tell me that.
You're voting on a project, so yes, you're not violating the Brown Act.
Okay.
You have a general description here that tells the public the action you're taking tonight.
And I understand you keep using the assumption thing, but you remember we have 4 new people up here that hasn't even had John's done this before, but we haven't had any type of so much as a, hey, why don't you come on in and we'll give you a hand, we'll walk you through this. I mean, we got a booklet through the holiday weekend, stuff like that. So that's why I just, but if you can tell me without a doubt that we won't get into, this city will not get in any trouble, or this governing board will not get into any trouble by violating any acts, then I'll rescind my second.
I believe you have enough information there to satisfy the Brown Act by informing the public of what action you're going to take tonight. And that's the legal requirement.
And I think it's important, too, to recognize is that the exemption in the CEQA guidelines specifically exempts lot line adjustments. It's mandatory.
Okay.
Okay, that kind of information would have been nice to.
Yeah, right.
So we have a first and a second, and this is the comment that I want to clearly make. That I have a concern that there's been a lot of scrutiny of what has happened in this city, and I just want to make sure that we completely do these things above board and to the letter of the law and to the spirit of the law. Now, I think that the spirit of the law, according to counsel, is there's an assumption that the public should make that if you're going to do this, all this other stuff is done. I can pretty much guarantee you, if I were to ask my wife or anybody else, well, would you assume that the negative declaration is part of that process? I just don't think the general public knows that. If there's an action item to be taken at a meeting, it is my strong belief, and on behalf of the public and the trust that they have us, taking an oath tonight to do this, if we're going to vote on something, it needs to be on the agenda. I understand that the impact as described by counsel seems probably insignificant, but I just don't think it's procedurally correct for us to take action. We have a first and a second. Is there any other discussion before I would call for a vote?
I'll just go back to the city attorney, and we pay her, and I believe that she's given us her opinion that we're good to go, so that's how I feel. I'm not taking sides. If she would have said don't do it, go back 30 days from now, that's what I would do. But we pay her, city taxpayers pay her, and that's who I'm gonna, that's what I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go with her advice that we're fine.
Could you summarize the motion?
So the motion was to continue the item so that it would be agendized for vote at the next meeting. And I think we could probably discuss a special meeting if anybody thought that was urgent enough.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Commissioner Franco?
No.
Commissioner Friels? Aye. I'll vote no. Commissioner Boyd?
Aye.
Commissioner?
No.
Okay, so would you read the tally of that vote, please?
3 against and 2 for.
Okay. So,
I'd like to make a motion.
go ahead.
Excuse me,
I recommend the commission.
can you, now that you finished with that, can you make a comment?
Yeah, was I supposed to open up to public comment before the vote?
Well, so now we rescinded the last action. You just made a motion to go ahead and not continue it to the next meeting. So we're back to
The
public-
original, that's
back
what
to
the
the
original.
original, and to reopen it. You can reopen it for public comment.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
My name is John McCormick, and I represent the sellers. The sellers, as Roger mentioned, have been under significant distress. It has affected the family. It's affected their finances. We have been attacked personally in the media. Kathleen has gone through a lot of health issues. I think you've been directed by your attorney as to what the law is, and I hope that we can get this done expeditiously so that we can move forward with the rest of the process. It's just a pleading here. I've worked with her for 4 years or so, maybe longer. She is a long-term resident of the community. Her son here, Matt, is here, and she couldn't show up this evening. Physical issues, and I ask your sympathy. That's all.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, so we've reopened this to public comment. Is there any other comment? Okay. So, we'll go back and revisit the issue. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Planning Commission approve Resolution B 2017-01, a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista making finding for a categorical exemption under Article 19, Section 15305 of the California Environmental Quality Act for lot line adjustment 2016-1101 at APN 012-130-021, 023, and 031. And also a change in the resolution on number 3 under the resolved, second line, change the word allow to allowed, ED on the end of that one. That's my motion.
Okay, do I have a second to that?
Could I, real quick, we need to clarify that was 02.
Yes.
Well, no, there is no 01. We rescinded it.
No, 01 was...
01 was something else.
The other one, yeah.
Was the
This is a 002.
was a small property.
02.
Yes.
02, okay.
6A was 01.
02, okay, I'm sorry. That makes it 02. Okay.
Okay, look for a second. Is that a second?
Yeah, I second that.
Okay. All those in favor, aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So that would carry 5-0. Okay. Next item.
Okay. Since we've had the discussion, well, I guess you better leave it to the chairman.
Well, you already know my feelings on voting on it, but
Call for a motion.
Well, could I?
Yeah.
Just a second.
Sure.
I'm not really happy that I'm in this situation right now. Please, if in the past, if there's 2 resolutions, it needs to be agendized. I don't like being in this position. Right out the gates, I'm
starting to feel a little dirty here. So in the future, can you please, somebody review these minutes and make sure that, or the agenda, and we get it correct. That's all I ask. Thanks. Okay. I guess I need to reopen this to public comment.
You've already heard public comment on the project.
Is there any additional further public comment? Okay. So I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the council approve a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Juan Bautista approving the lot line adjustment number 2016-1101 for assessor parcel numbers 012-130-021, 023, and 031 of Kathleen Manning.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Roll call vote. Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Mr. Friels? Aye. I'll vote no.
No?
No. Mr.
Yes.
Okay. So the motion carries 3-0.
3-2.
I'm sorry, 3-2. There's complicated math involved in that.
It sure is.
And I just want to say for the record that I am very sympathetic to the needs here and the urgency, but I just can't in good faith vote on something that I feel was not properly agendized. So thank you for that. Okay. Okay, so I think that brings us now back to item C.
That is correct.
All right. Do you have any idea where you left off, or do you want to start at the top?
Yeah. So again, by the Planning Commission and intentionally holding off on site and design review at the subdivision level, they want to review the site design review of the homes separately. And so this is why the applicant has stepped forward. They have produced 3 basic plans in the design criteria of a Spanish Western bungalow and a cottage frontage. And the 3 different plans vary in square footage, frontage, roof pitches, and then in addition to the 3 plans, there will be 9 secondary units scattered throughout the development.
Okay. Any additional staff report or comments from planning or the attorney?
We have had one comment from Ms. Caravon, and I think that was in your packet there.
Yes.
And she's in the audience.
We got it via email. So we got it.
Yeah.
So, Cara, did you want to read your? Did you want to read your email? I'm sorry, what? Oh, I'm sorry.
But
Always the applicant. We'd like to hear from the applicant. Thank you.
I have a presentation, so thank you very much. I'm sorry. No problem. Thank you.
No, that's my bad.
That's all right. No, I understand. It's just nice to see a full planning commission. Thank you very much. I'm Catherine Astrike with Eden Ridge Homes, and it's a pleasure to be here tonight to show you the site plan. I'm going to go through some of the site plan issues that we dealt with, and I think Kara talked to some of them. Maybe I can answer some of them for her. And our architect is here this evening, and he'll go through the floor plans and the elevations for you. So you haven't seen this project before, all except for Commissioner Franco. So if you could just, I think it'd be a nice review for me to do this. And I know you had it in your packet, but I'd like to do this for you. So the project is 45 lots, and it is, I brought my handy dandy, yeah, it works. So it's 45 lots, and we have 9 secondary units, and I bet that you've probably counted 10 on the map, and I know that's going to be a question. We have a 10th secondary unit, which is in lot 24. And that one, our model complex is going to be lots, this this bank of lots right here. This is going to be our model and sales complex. And so lot 24, I don't know if you saw on the tentative map, I'm not sure if that was in the packet or not, but the secondary unit is within the fault setback, so we cannot count that as one of our livable, habitable secondary units. What we're going to do for the model complex is we're going to absolutely show it with a kitchen, with appliances, with a bathroom. But when that is over and we actually sell that unit, it will be converted back to, let's say it would be used for a hobby shop. We're not allowed to have any running water, so it can't be habitable. So we're going to convert it back to a unit that's not habitable. So there are 9. I knew I was going to get that question because I know you kind of tend. So what we've also done with the site plan is we've, along San Juan Bautista Highway, starting with the most easterly boundary next to the RV Mission Park, and all along the frontage of the property, including the frontage of the property that Kathleen Manning is retaining. What we've done there is we've actually put in, we're going to be installing a 6-foot landscape strip. So that will be protecting some of the people that I know from the RV park because I have sat out there and talked to them. They do walk down San Juan Highway right now, which is a little bit scary because the cars are whizzing by at 55 and 60 miles an hour. So we're going to have a 6-foot landscape strip with street trees and a 4-foot sidewalk. And so I think that will be a good protection for those people that are actually using that right now to go to town, go into town, walk into town. And we'll also be adding the lighting along San Juan Bautista Highway right now. Along this, there'll be lighting will be in the landscape strip. Right now, it's pretty dark out there. So we're adding all of the, normally when you add lighting, you'd put one on one side of the street and one on the other side of the street. Since we don't own the other side of the street, we're putting it all on the frontage. So it'll be nice and lit. Those lights are going to be your typical, I call them Cobra lights. I'm not sure what the city manager or Matt would call them. That's what you normally put along a major arterial street. Within the subdivision, we're going to be putting a similar light to what you have, say, downtown. So it's going to be the smaller, the shorter light poles and the decorative poles. Let's see, what else can I tell you about the site plan? We have a park, a municipal park, that's going to be public, and we are going to install all the improvements to that park. Right now, on the landscape plans, we've only shown some picnic tables and maybe some benches. We've shown some, I know if you can look on L1 and L2 in your packet, we've also shown a sidewalk that hugs the perimeter of the park, and we've shown some turf area right now in the park. So we are looking for you as a planning commission. If you'd like to see any more improvements to that park, let us know. As the city manager had told us early on, we got involved in this process, that all new subdivisions, that the residents of the subdivision would be responsible for maintaining the streets and the parks, any kind of water retention basins. So that will be done through a landscape and lighting district that will form later on before we actually sell the units. So the residents of this subdivision will be maintaining the park. They'll be paying for maintaining the park. I should say the city will be making the maintenance of the park, and they will be paying for the costs to maintain that park, along with the water detention basin. Even though it will be a public park, we have made it so that the residents of the Mission RV Park can walk on the sidewalk. There's a sidewalk then that transitions into the subdivision, so they'll be able to have public access to that park. The landscape plans themselves, I think it's pretty, we didn't go into really detail about shrubs, but we did call out, she did call out, it's a landscape designing firm, she did call out the street trees, and they're listed for you, and I can talk to you a little bit about them. I know a little bit about landscaping, but not a whole lot, so I know if they're deciduous or evergreen, I can tell you that. And then we've also showed again a little bit of blow up of the park, and then also what the typical front yards would look like. We are maintaining the 25% turf area in the front yards. The rest will be either grasses or shrubs and ornamental trees. I think, let me see. I think the architect can answer any questions you have on the floor plans. I'm trying to see in my notes if there's anything else that I've forgotten to tell you. And I'm here for questions.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is it ever intended for this to be a closed or a fenced gated community?
No.
Good.
No, these are not private streets. They're all public.
Oh, good. That was my other question.
Seeing no other questions,
Actually, I'm sorry, I do.
I'm sorry. Yes.
I don't have a ruler on me. What are the street widths?
This is where we ask about
The standard public street widths, but I'm not really, I don't remember. I didn't bring the measurement.
The street along the San Juan House, there is a 60-foot right away, it's a 30-foot half street.
Right.
Internally, they're 56
Yep.
feet.
All the special.
They're standard, yeah, thank you, they're standard.
There's more.
28 foot and a half.
Right, the city,
I'm sorry, one more time.
I'm sorry.
What's the width of the
56
copper
foot right
leaf?
away and the internal street,
So Cypress Lane is 56 feet wide?
56 feet.
Okay. Thank you.
and just to, Commissioner Fields, just to go one step further on that, as the city manager has asked us to install interior to the subdivision, a 7.5-foot park strip with a 4-foot sidewalk.
And that's where we require them to locate the walkway and straddle the property line, and we give the extra distance between the curb and the sidewalk for the street trees.
Where is that on the map? I'm sorry, Roger. Where's that on the map up there?
So all of, hang on. So all of the streets are lined with within the subdivision. So you have a 7.5-foot, you have a curb and gutter, and then you have a 7.5-foot park strip with street trees, and then a 4-foot sidewalk.
This was tailored after the Creek Bridge subdivision, where we gave the extra width in the Park Street, because if you have it too narrow, then you're going to start getting root damage, not only to the curbs, but to the sidewalk. And so by that extra little distance in there of the 7.5 feet, you have less damage to uprooting the curb, gutter, and the sidewalks over a lengthy period of time. It's been successful, and it's working very well in the Creek Bridge subdivision.
Thank you.
And again, the residents of the subdivision will be paying for the maintenance of those park strips.
So there's HOAs is what I'm...
No, there's not a homeowner association. It's called a maintenance district. There's going to be 2 districts, maintenance district and a landscape and lighting district.
Is there, Roger, I don't know what the answer is. Just hit on the block. Is there a sidewalk all the way down to New Car, or you just stop at that?
It goes and extends all the way down to the end of the,
No, but the other way.
no, it stops at the property.
But the people can get through that, your RV park through that.
Okay, so let's just run, and by the way, if you think of another question, we can come back to it. Commissioner Franklin, you have questions of the applicant?
I'm good right now.
Commissioner Friels?
Water basin. You do know this is a swamp, right? This is a floodplain in here, in this project, but
Well, it hasn't been a swamp since we've been involved, but okay.
yeah. I can tell you I rescued people out of trailers in the trailer park, and it was up to my waist, so take my word for it. The water basin is so that's what we're hoping it's going to retain.
Yes.
Is it fenced?
Yes, there's right now we have the sound wall actually between the highway and these lots actually goes all along here. Takes a little jog, and I think you can see from the landscape site plan that's at the top of the slope in the park, and it stops here. And then from here down to lot 24 is a chain link fence. And then all around the basin, it will be fenced. Although there's a maintenance road so that the city can access the basin.
Sure. And the city's going to be responsible for the basin?
No, well, the city's going to be responsible for maintaining it, but the residents of the subdivision are going to be paying for that maintenance cost.
Okay.
Now, bear in mind that the lots in the park will, in the final grade, that elevation will probably be up 7 to 8 feet, I think, in that area there, and out of the floodplain elevation,
Okay.
BFE that FEMA has established.
And that water is going where? So that water's also supposed to go to this basin?
Basin, that's right.
Okay.
And
The
then
basin actually
and the-
serves two purposes. It's a water quality basin, so it'll filter the water before it goes into the actual storm drains, and then it'll retain the water, hopefully in the 100-year storm. It's been designed by we hired a special firm to design the specifications for that basin to meet that.
Who's that special firm?
Schaff and Wheeler, have you heard of them?
No, but I can probably look them up on the internet.
Yes, you can. Schaff and Wheeler has also been, we've also hired them to do our FEMA
FEMA application.
application.
Yeah, there. Bear in mind is that the retention pond is a detention retention pond. It's detaining the thing to settle out the sediments so that we don't discharge it down into any navigable streams and everything. And it'll have an underflow to where it will drain it gradually to free flow conditions so that it would go along the state highway and then down into the Santa Ana Creek and underneath the bridge.
Does any of it go into the aquifers then? Any go into the natural aquifers?
Yeah. All of the stuff there that's settled there will always be in percolation.
Okay.
So it doesn't drain into San Juan Creek? It just, so, okay.
Is that correct? Project connects directly to the city sewer system?
No. Stormwater does not enter the sanitary sewer system.
No.
But if it's, so, I'm sorry. But your question was, does it go into the creek?
Yeah, I was
So
just concerned if there's an overflow or something,
Where does the water go, Roger?
To the Tres Colinas Creek, San Juan.
San Juan Creek.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the overflow.
Yeah.
And is that upstream enough to avoid the, remember how it used to flood at the intersection there? I've got a picture of you in a rowboat out there.
Yeah. Yeah, a couple of rowboats.
Okay.
Covered in mud. One more, sorry, the sound wall, how tall is the sound wall?
The sound wall it's 9 feet, and so it varies from, this is the low point of the sound wall, and it actually is 9 feet, and then at this point, it'll probably be about 8 feet, not really sure. Depends on.
So from
rating.
unit.
This is unit lot 10. This is the lower point of the subdivision, and then actually about the middle of the subdivision is where it starts. There's actually there's a elevation change, and so we're actually, if you've been out there, you've seen a big pile of dirt, and so that pile of dirt is basically for this area of the subdivision. We're raising that.
So it's a 9-foot fence from lot 10 to lot 23.
Correct. And that's called out, that was studied in our noise report as part of our mitigated neg deck.
May I ask you a question? On Highway 25 in Hollister, about every day, between like Santa Ana, Hillcrest Road, those walls seem higher than what we have here. And I know that the traffic is probably heavier here, or just the same. So are the residents going to get enough sound barrier? And I can't go out there with a tape measure tomorrow, but I'm almost certain that sound barrier is way higher than 9 feet.
That's the height that was recommended by our noise consultant, who's done this forever. And then as part of the home building, we're going to be putting in, it's called sound rated glass, it's called STC rated glass, into those units 10 through 23. Did that answer your question?
I could be wrong, but now you got my curiosity. Maybe tomorrow I'll go over and get out of my car. But
Bear in mind is that the elevations of the lots are going to be anywhere from 8 to 11 feet higher than the traveled way of 156.
They're going to be down?
Plus,
No,
We're gonna be above.
156 is going to be lower.
So we're looking at top of fence at the, from the freeway at 16 feet.
I guess what I'm doing, I'm just looking at because it's the noise.
Ballpark, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're about right.
16 feet.
Yeah.
So it's going to look like
You
Highway
can see as
101.
you drive along
Sounds
there,
like.
there's a bank there, and then the natural contours there, and then that will be the level of the lots, and then they'll have an 8-foot fencing.
Okay.
And if you look at L1, and just to give you a frame in L1, and if you look at Highway 156, that's on the L1, that is a depressed area where water is 2 36-inch conduits that go across the highway and over to the property to the north side. And that's the low point, and that's about 7 feet below the lots of lot 19 and 20.
Oh, yeah.
19 and which lot?
20, I think.
20.
19 and 20, right?
Oh, those two right together.
And you can see,
Yeah.
it's kind of like a dark spot, and then you can see right there at the 156, and that's where the natural drainage along the state highway comes, and then it crosses and goes to the north side under 2 36-inch culverts.
Culverts, okay.
So if you're driving down 156 coming into the gateway of our community, did I hear that right? So that's like a 16-foot wall there?
No.
I mean, the effect, when you take into account from the,
When you look, there'll be a bank there, and then on top of that bank will be
A wall.
an 8-foot.
so from the highway to the top of that wall, is that like 16 feet, or did we do the math wrong there?
Well, right here where Roger's talking about, as you can see on the landscape plan, is that the park has been raised, has been elevated, but then there is about 30 feet that actually, it transitions down into the level of 156. And we're going to be planting that with trees between that and the wall at the top of the slope. We felt that we couldn't put that wall at the bottom of the slope because then kids start falling down the slope there. So we put the wall that was actually requested by one of the council people at the top of the slope. We are going to be planting trees in this area right here. So
Yeah, I think we're talking
about the wall.
We're talking about the wall, the sound wall.
Right, which I just...
If you look at lot 20, right behind lot 20, the elevation is 200 feet right at that tree. So from basically at that elevation, that lot's going to be another 7 feet higher, and then we're going to have a wall 9 feet above that. So so virtually at the top of the wall, it'll be 219 feet elevation. And you'll be driving by that on 156, which means you won't see a thing except a wall. Am I wrong on this one? I'm reading the.
But you won't see a solid wall. You'll see a bank that'll go up, and then the wall.
And the wall on top of it. Yeah. So it's.
But it's still, I mean,
kind of acerbates the wall. It makes it a little taller.
Yeah.
So I'll ask a silly question. Why do we even need a sound wall?
Because the sound report said we did.
But the residents aren't going to make any noise. It's from the traffic that
Right.
all the community deals with already. So why would we give them special attention?
We have walls on 156 also.
Yeah, we
Down
do.
at-
That's
down at
another matter.
Monterey Street.
Yeah, I understand.
And it makes a difference.
Behind Ernie's house on going towards the 101 highway, those walls are 9 feet high.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it would be helpful, Matt, like that modeling they do where they put like the orange, they put up posts and then put like a
Orange
tape across it so the community could see this is where
Sound wall goes.
from X point to X point where this would be built, that's the elevation.
It's similar to the
Yeah.
Coastal Commission does something real similar to that.
What do you call that? Modeling? or-
Story pole.
story poles.
Story poles, okay.
Mr. Chair, that's not going to help you because the grading's not done.
The grading's not done? Well, you know what the finished grade's gonna be, so just make the pole that much taller. The representation that I was asking for is that the community could see how big this wall is gonna be and whether or not we even want a wall.
It's not a matter of do we want one. The conditions of approval of the subdivision itself
It's part of our mitigations.
require
Getting necked down.
the applicant shall install an architectural sound wall similar to the existing sound wall on State Route 156 along the rear lots of 10 through 23 and extend it along the open space A for 220 feet. Also an architectural side yard fence.
Okay, well,
That's a requirement, so they can't get out of that.
Well, I would argue that
Yes,
because
they
it
can.
wouldn't be similar because that one is not that tall.
No,
It really truly isn't.
But if it's a requirement here,
And it's set
it would
back.
have to come back to the planning commission and to go to city council because this was a condition.
Okay,
they
well,
had
maybe
to
we
meet
need to do
To
that.
have the subdivision.
Maybe we need to do
we
that.
might
But I
have to
think
do
the
that.
community needs to know what this wall is gonna look like.
Well, all this information was put out, is publicly reviewed.
So somebody already did that.
And
Somebody
it's-
already did that modeling.
Somebody put up a
The
story pole.
subdivision has been approved by default. It's there. These conditions are
I
there.
thought, actually, you say it was approved, but wasn't this at some point voted on this body not to be approved? And then got approved by some technicality?
You have to deal
Was
with
it, am I wrong about that?
That's correct.
So I'm just saying, I think that, look, I
Well,
think,
The mitigated negative deck was approved by the planning commission, and this was a condition to the mitigated negative deck, so this condition was approved by the planning commission.
this condition, but the
Yes.
project was voted for
The map,
the map.
the tentative map. The final map will still come before the city council for approval.
I think probably the best thing to do is to have a cross-section of that done.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about distance and everything, but when you're driving along the thing and there is a large ditch and then it goes up to a normal bank and then that's going to be the elevation of the lots and then the wall's going to be there. You know? And cross-section will probably give you a better depiction of how it's going to look in terms of the vehicles going east and west on 156 in relationship to that.
That's exactly what I was asking for. Okay. All right, so,
So all these trees on the back, though, are these going to be planted inside or outside of that wall?
Most of them are on the inside of the wall.
Inside of the wall, okay.
Right, if you look on the landscape plan along the inside of lots 10 through 23, our air quality report, that was also one of
Part
our
of it, yeah.
conditions for the mitigated neg deck, required that we plant a row of trees along the back line, rear line of those lots to mitigate some of the pollutants that were coming from Highway 156. And so that's what we're doing.
Yes.
And then we're also doing it in this slope area between Highway 156 and the park.
Yes.
So that's
Yeah.
shown on the landscape
Yeah.
plans.
okay, so you were asking questions about the sound wall. You have some more questions, Scotty? Or Commissioner Friels?
No, I'm just concerned with the height. It's a lot to absorb, in a couple days, but
Well, we don't have to make any decisions tonight.
Yeah,
when we do these questions.
and I'm curious, so put this in a nutshell, exactly what are we allowed in staff's opinion, what are we allowed to review and make comment and or change?
Tonight, you're reviewing the site and design review of the homes that are to be built. And that's the style, the architecture.
Okay.
Make sure that it meets the design guidelines.
Okay.
So
Because you're new, I mean, just to help you along here, there's a chapter 11-18 of the San Juan Bautista City Code, and that has the intent of the site plan and design review, and then the findings you're required to make and what you're allowed to review. So if you go to that, if you continue this tonight and you go to that section, that will give you the procedure and what you're supposed to be reviewing at this process. So it will tell you what you can change and what you can't change at this point.
So would something like the height of a sound wall be one of those?
It's, you're supposed to be doing the planning and design compatible with the design and use of surrounding properties and with the city in general. And you're supposed to be encouraging structural development that exemplifies the best professional design practices. So along those lines, you could work with them somewhat about this. At the same time, it is a requirement of the neg deck, so you're somewhat limited.
Okay, well, I think the design of the sound wall would be within our purview.
Well, the design, Mr. Chair, excuse me, the design
Yes,
of
ma'am.
the sound wall is supposed to match your other sound walls in town.
And that's my whole point. It would not. It'd be much from the...
You're talking about height.
Yeah.
Yeah, the design of the sound wall is going to match whatever you have in the rest of the town. It's your
You mean
white-
and this
it's
sound
your
wall,
white, excuse me, it's your white sound wall that you have with a course of mission tile on top.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
so it's going to match that.
Yeah.
Which is the same style as down further east of
It's on the other,
project,
yeah,
which is on
see
the
on the-
north side,
on the-
where you
on
have
the
the
side
middle
of-
side.
Caltrans actually won an award for that sound wall. It made the sound worse, but
yeah, we didn't have any choice, nobody had any choice in that town.
yeah, that was a 156 project. We
That was
didn't
that was
get to
something
vote
jammed
on
down our
it. The
throats.
community didn't want it, but
Well, you're, the
It would be
pre,
consistent with that anyway.
yeah. Except the definition of consistent would mean it would be the same color and have the same architectural
Finishes.
finishes. But it wouldn't be consistent in that from if you're standing on 156 and you're Little Johnny Jones, it would be way higher than the existing one. But we'll find that, we'll see that in the modeling representation.
I guess a big concern is what we're talking about is that's the gateway into our town, and the view shed of the Gavilan Mountains were going to be completely erased by that sound wall in this short section of
I understand what
of
you're
the
saying,
road.
commissioners, but Caltrans has already got a sound wall on their plans for their next widening of 156. And so that sound wall that they have on their plans did not include this property because it was agricultural at the point. But it is going to be building a sound wall to match this one and height along the RB property.
Well,
That's already in their plans, and they were
Yeah,
supposed to be.
we're not done with them
They
yet,
they
so-
lost their
so-
funding, or they couldn't get their funding. They were supposed to be there before now, but that's on their plans.
okay, well, this particular issue we do have control over though. So, I don't want to state an opinion on what Caltrans does or doesn't do right, but, so anyway, are there any more questions about the sound wall?
No, I think
And you
thank you for
have other questions?
just the fencing. So it's standard redwood fencing, 6-foot fencing. Just okay. Nope. Aside from that, it's like I said, a lot more. Question to staff: so now the setbacks, the residential setbacks, all that kind of stuff. Are you saying that we got nothing on that one, even though it's going to go against design reviews?
They're going to comply with the setbacks. The side yard setbacks are 5 foot, front yard setbacks are 20 feet, and then the garage is 25. So the rear setbacks can go up to 15 feet.
Yeah.
Normally they're exceeding that.
Because a lot of this, I read some of the. I read some of the design review today, and it does encourage garages behind the buildings. It's showing different setback module. So it doesn't look so you're not driving by the same house every time. So when you're driving through downtown, San Jose, which is kind of what it's looking like now, you're looking at the same thing. The Creek Bridge is a great example of how there was a whole montage of stuff. So, okay, I just want to
You
want to
look on
clarify that.
L1 and the big picture there, and I know I worked with Kathy to make sure that the setbacks vary so that you get simulations of the front building setbacks,
Yeah.
as well as 2 stories to single roof pitches so that you get some modulations of the skyline as well as the setback. And that's predominant in the Creek Ridge subdivision too.
Yeah.
See, they're prevented from having, say, 2-story buildings, on every one of these lots. I think they're only allowed 70% or something. There's a maximum number of 2 stories they can put on a block. So you see 2s and 1s, so.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you. I see that. It just, if you put a ruler across this whole backside, or across Copperleaf, you pretty much line every, I'm looking at maybe a variation of maybe, 3 feet, 4 feet? And then access to the mother-in-law quarters or the secondary housing or in the back, is that a driveway?
Yes, that's a driveway. And there's a 1-car garage. I think there was a typo in the staff report that says they're carports. They're 1-car garages.
Has the fire department had a chance to look at any of this stuff? Do we know? As far as these mother-in-laws in the backs and distances and...
Yes.
The fire chief, do we have a fire chief's report on that?
I can get it, John Fox has looked at it.
Yeah, it'd be kind of nice to see too. I don't mean to be beating this to death, but I've been a fireman my whole life, and safety is prime, and it's frustrating. Cul-de-sacs for me are extremely frustrating, and 9-foot walls are frustrating, and it prevents me doing my job a lot quicker than I should be doing it. So this kind of stuff is frustrating.
I totally understand. All of the new homes will be sprinkled.
Okay, so question.
I'm done for a while.
Well, by the way, if you have more questions, just jump in, or we'll just come back. So, so this design, the layout of the roads, I read a comment that was sent in from the member of the public, who I'm sure we'll hear from. But the comment was that it wasn't really consistent with the what was called for in the general plan as far as the layout of the streets and what have you. Have you heard that comment, and what is your comment on that?
When we sat down with staff and discussed actually building homes on the subdivision, we did talk about fronting the homes on San Juan Hollister Highway, but I got to tell you, the speed limit is 55 miles an hour. I called the county and they confirmed that, and it's not. I've done this for 40 years, and I've never fronted a home on a 55-mile-an-hour arterial street. And so we decided at that point to then side on to that. It's just not safe for those people living in
Okay,
those
so you raise a good point, and I was actually going to come right to that. So that's not any longer in the county, it's in the city, so we could change that speed limit. We do a lot of things. We would speed bumps. I mean, that would totally be within control of the city.
It's one of the few thoroughfares and truck routes that we have.
I know it makes it a nice way to cut around a short section of traffic at 5 o'clock in the evening.
I thought that designation, the truck route, was eliminated. The San Juan Highway that we used to go through Main Street, and then that section right there, I thought that was eliminated as a truck route.
From 156 going south on the Alameda, and then from the San Juan Hollister Road down to Mission Vineyard Road is the truck route.
Okay.
So I'll come back to my question. Thank you for that, Roger. So, the general plan talks about avoiding like cul-de-sacs and dead ends and things like that. Did your designer take that into account when looking at this?
We did, and we decided that there was, we could have added another cul-de-sac, and we decided not to. We decided just to put this one cul-de-sac in, and staff approved that. Of course, this cul-de-sac has to be there because there's not another street for it to connect to. But we did discuss that.
Was there any design consideration of like eliminating a bunch of these houses in the center and putting another street through there to create that traditional, because the rest of the town, with the exception of where I live, which those houses should have never been approved, and I'll say that having been being a resident of one of them, most of the town doesn't have this scenario. This is almost like a gated, there is no gate, but that type of private, not open to the public, it's like something in Soledad or San Jose or something. Did you guys have the opportunity to look at that to make it more consistent with the rest
We
of the
did. We
community?
actually had more units on the site, and by putting in the cul-de-sac, we actually went down in the number of units. So when we originally looked at this property, we had many more units on the site, and so we decided that that was a good compromise. And if you've ever been a kid that grew up on a cul-de-sac, it's a great place.
Yeah, my kids did, so I
It's
understand
a great
that.
place.
But I guess the statement in the general plan basically says that we shouldn't do this type of
I think
development.
what you're referring to is the design guidelines refers to a grid system.
That's exactly what I read.
Yeah, right, yeah, right. And again, the general plan doesn't say it. It says encourage to comply with the design guidelines. It doesn't require it. It says to encourage it. And that's one of the policies that the general plan has.
So we don't want to encourage that?
No, you know, that's right. However, you know, I'll take you back into the 20s and 30s.
Sure.
And I can show you maps the city of San Juan has of a grid layout. It was done in the late 1800s and 1900s.
Right.
They don't make any attempt to hide the fact that it goes over terrain and topography that is up there, and they laid it out, and these lots were platted, and they still exist today.
Sure.
Okay? Today, in the modern standard of planning, is you design according to what the boundaries of that lot is. And you have to take into consideration the topographical feature as well as where the parcel sits in terms of circulation, pedestrians, vehicles, and take a look at that. To take and put yourself in, everything's got to be a grid layout, and everything defies the principles of utilizing that property to where you're creating a community rather than just streets and intersections and stop signs.
Yeah, and conceptually, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that,
Yeah.
you know, in one of the public comment emails that we had, there was specific call out of that and it not being consistent with the general plan, which caused me to go look at it and said, that's exactly what it says, that we should encourage not this, but something else.
We're looking for best design, and commission went over this too, the prior commission. And this is a good design.
And the fact that the tenant map is approved and everything, and so the lot configurations and the street layouts is approved as a vested tenant map.
So what did the previous commission vote no on, 4-1, on the tentative map? This very issue we're talking about?
They voted, they did not take an action on it, but I think Ernie can.
Well, they did vote.
speak to
There
that.
is
You-
on record.
You voted on it.
We voted, there was a motion to approve it to map, and it failed.
Okay. Because of things like we're talking about right now, or?
Commission voted,
Okay. So at the next meeting, could you bring back those, what the discussion was and why they were voting against it? There must be something in the record as to
Some background.
some background.
the best thing I think is the, going back to CMAP. See, what we have here in minutes, and these are very summarizing what happened. But if you go back to CMAP, you'll see the CMAP is considered the official minutes of the meeting, and you'll see word for word what happened at that
Only
meeting.
for the Historic Resources Board.
Yeah, it's not
is
for.
CMAP, but not the planning commission.
Yeah.
The minutes are the official record.
Okay, so let's just, in the updated staff report for the next meeting, let's just go through what those concerns were. And what they,
Whenever they're ready.
what's that? Oh, whenever they're ready?
Yeah.
Okay,
And
all right.
as you saw in the beginning,
Yeah, no.
We're still in July and August, so it might be a little while. I don't know. Yeah, I guess we can expedite it.
Yeah, well,
It may be beneficial
just before
to
the
you.
next meeting. Yeah.
Again, I emphasize this is the tentative map is approved and it's vested. In front of you tonight is the site and design review of the homes, not the tentative map,
The homes.
the homes.
Okay.
Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Like I said, if you go, it's site plan and design
Okay.
review, so you need to go back to that section of the city code. It's, I really can't summarize it for you, it's,
Well, I'm sorry, that's because that's what I
3.5
thought you
pages.
said, site plan, and this is the site plan.
site plan and design review, that's what you're doing today. That's your approval.
Right.
So this map is not a site plan?
No.
No, the site plans are the individual lots and how that house resides on that lot and the configurations of the setbacks. And that's the site and design review.
Is that, so that's
We-
correct?
For example, if you look at design guidelines, page 5, 7, here, this is Kara's comments, but it shows the actual parcels and where the houses are located on each parcel. That's what they consider the site.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's a huge clarification.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
So we don't need to see anything about streets, fences, detention basins, all we, let's look at these houses, I guess, then, and
Yeah.
how they're set.
Mr. Chair, I do have our architect here, and he, Mr. Jeff Potts from SDG Architects, he's the principal. And
Okay.
he's here to go through the floor plans and the elevations.
Great, we might have
That'd be
some
helpful.
questions. We might have some questions for
I
him.
might comment before. All of the background reports that were done for the environmental review, there's some real technical stuff in there that you might find interesting
You mean the negative debt?
for the environmental.
Yeah, I read
review.
that.
We didn't do it.
I'll be
It's actually, I've got it right
forward
here on my laptop, if you want to read it.
No, I read them.
You made a comment about lighting, but I'm not sure that that even has anything that we can consider, but you did bring it up. Clarify what the lights are that's on the front of the property there? What kind are those?
They'll be in this park strip along San Juan Hollister Highway.
Yeah, what kind of lights are those?
They're, I call them Cobra heads. Roger, what would you call them? They're the
Standard street electroliers with the 8-foot mast arm,
right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Traditional cities.
Traditional, right.
Everything internally will be the architectural type A, very similar to Creek Ridge and what we have in the downtown area. And that applies to all subdivisions.
And Roger, is there any, what's this current state of that technology as far as protecting night skies and things like that?
Well, each one of them will have a hooded shingle or dome on it that prevents the illumination going skyward, and it will radiate horizontally around there. So each one of them will have a shield on it, very similar with the lights in the downtown area as well as Creek Ridge has.
Okay.
And that's the standard requirement. All of the internal street lights in the subdivision will have to comply with dark sky provisions.
Thank you for
That's
that.
condition number 16 of those conditions of approval.
Okay.
Must be nice to have a couple months head start on this, huh?
Yeah, right.
I would point out that Commissioner Boyd met with me last week because she had a lot of questions about this, and you guys are always welcome to come in and talk to us in the office. I mean, Patty came out and she came and talked to me, and we sat right here for an hour and talked about it. So, all the stuff's in your packet, but if you got direct questions, just bring them to us.
Okay.
And so what happens with the well that's on this property? Is that still owned by the city, that piece of?
That is strictly, we still own the thing there. And this subdivision here is going to give the city a new well site. And we will be drilling the new well site, and upon the completion of that, and then when it's certified and in production, then well number 2 will be removed.
So you're effectively abandoning this well in favor of a new well? In the same proximity?
The reason that we're abandoning well number 2 existing is it only has a 36-foot seal.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Built in the 36-foot seal.
Okay.
Substandard to the state criteria, and it's susceptible to the nitrates, and we had that problem back in 2014 and 15, and we found the problem and everything, but it's still sensitive to any surface agricultural property. And so that was the reason why we did not want to maintain well number 2, and then eventually we decommissioned.
Okay. Let's
I'll
see.
tell you, with all due respect, the issue before us tonight is the design of these units. And we're getting,
Too many.
I think, personally, I think we're getting off track.
Yeah.
Like the lighting issue was not even on the agenda for talking, and they're going to have to come in with a lighting plan sooner or later.
Yeah, I didn't bring up the lighting.
But at this point, it's strictly, what do these houses look like? Do we want them in the city of San Juan Bautista? Do they look San Juanish enough? That's what the agenda, you said what was on the agenda. That was what we're listening.
Okay. And so, relative to the city well, that was what my question was, is where, if there was a new well, where would it be in relationship to these houses, and what would that, and what would that structure look like?
And the city council has directed us to prepare for a water forum that's coming up on the 14th in
We can cover it then.
Working diligently to get that out, and we're going to summarize that at the water forum.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, do you have any more questions?
Well, looking at some of the designs, if we're going to talk about the houses themselves, I was kind of a little disappointed because it's kind of the same old, same old. You see this kind of housing in a lot of developments. I was hoping for a little more variety. I was also hoping to see maybe some passive solar designs. You have a south-facing lot here, or piece of property. I know that we have in the past talked about being a green city, and that has been something that's been important to our community. And it's also, we have, before us the state directives. There's SB 32 coming up. The state that we need to be creative in some of these solutions for power sources. So
I can answer the solar for you, Commissioner Boyd. We actually provide solar pre-wire for all of our homes. So if the buyer wishes to install solar, because there's so many different iterations right now and companies, they can do that. And then also along with that, we also install the pre-wiring for a car charger, because we do know that a lot of people are buying the electric cars, and at some point in California we may all be driving electric cars. So those two things definitely go into all of our new homes.
okay, well that's very good. My problem though with just it being, I understand it's going to be solar ready, but
Right.
I'd like you to at least have some distributor for solar that you would urge clients to actually install it when they build it. Maybe we're going to ask the council to look at some incentive for that. The reason for this is I have read recently that if you go to sell a place where you have leased solar on there, that can be difficult for the next buyer to get a mortgage for that house. So there are issues around, reselling a property that has leased equipment on it attached to it. So,
Right. And that's one of the reasons that we have discussed offering it as an option, but we've decided that there are just so many variables and the industry is changing so fast that we decided to have the buyer, when they decided they could actually install it themselves.
okay, I understand, but I still think it ought to be solar ready. That's my opinion. So,
Yeah, and I think our condition, Commissioner Franco can say is we specifically in 44, condition number 44, we said all residential homes shall be constructed and designed for future solar conversion.
for future solar conversion, that's
Yeah, right.
that's my issue. I would prefer it be active solar conversion at the time of purchase.
Let's see, understand with some of these solar units, some of them are bought, some of them are leased, some of them are very
Well,
quite
that's my
practical.
point. The
So-
leased ones are the ones that are giving problems to people that want to sell their home.
So if they sell a house and the person says, I want to do it with company A, fine, company B, fine. and the owner himself or herself can determine buy, rent, or lease, and that way, that's their issue on the resale. And it doesn't go back to the developer. All we want to do is to make sure that if they want to do this, the wires are there, the pipes are there, whatever is required.
Okay. I'm also going to ask about gray water too, because is there any way of building any sort of gray water distribution system into these homes, as since water is such a big issue in our state?
As part of the landscaping package?
Part of the landscaping package to have gray water from the showers and the laundry, that kind of thing?
We have not done that with any subdivision.
Okay. Okay, well, I would...
We do require drip irrigation on all of the...
Well, I understand drip irrigation, but I'd like to be a little more progressive than that. I would really like to.
Progressive nature there is that we put reclaimed water and through our treatment plant, and we make it available. We have 4 sites. The line is also extended from the treatment plant all the way to where the Hacienda de Leal is.
Down 4th Street.
Down 4th
Okay.
Street, yeah.
I remember when they put that in, yeah.
We have it available so that it can be extended and made available to any park and stuff like that. Currently, right now, we serve the San Juan Cemetery, the Creek Ridge subdivision, Abbey Park, Lux Library.
So were you asking, it's like when they lay the sewer lines and water lines that they put the purple pipe in the ground at the same time?
Yeah, one dig policy.
That's not technically gray water. Gray water, I think what she's referring to is what is in the actual house itself, and the problem with it is that it requires the buyer to accept a certain level of restriction in what they can do, because you have to use certain types of, biodegradable soaps and things like that. So it's...
But we could set up this community so that it has already in the street or wherever those lines are for the future hookup of the reclaimed water once we get that all 20 years from now or 10 years from now straightened out.
We have done that, Mr. Chair. We have actually installed the purple pipe, but it being potable water at that point, and the city would change it over at some point. We've done that.
Okay,
with our
great.
subdivisions.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. Anything else? Yeah, some of the designs, like I said.
Maybe I should have our architect come up and do a
Yes,
presentation.
that would be helpful. Thank
Yeah.
you. I would like
Okay,
that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Jeff Potts with SDG Architecture.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jeff Potts, SDG Architecture. I'll just walk you through real quickly what we've done to date with the architecture. So there are 45 lots here. We have 3 plans for those 45 lots with 4 elevations on each of those plans. So we've got 12 variations of homes for 45 lots. So there'll be 3 or 4 of these each, sort of at max. Of those, more than 60% of them are single-story homes. So we do only have 1 2-story plan in the neighborhood. So we'll be, highly single-story neighborhood in there. Garage-wise, we do have 2-car garages facing forward, but all of our 3-car garages are in tandem configuration in order to sort of eliminate some of the extra garage doors along the streets there. So you won't have any 3-car garage doors. In addition, all of the garages are pushed back a good 10 to 15 feet behind the front porch or house area, so that the view down the street, those porches and houses coming out in front of those garage doors will diminish the visual impact of the garage doors along the street. Included in those porches, those are all large, usable front porches for all of the different elevational styles, which will help hopefully bring some people out onto the front street side of these homes and kind of activate those nice separated sidewalks and get some community interaction going in there. The houses are sited so that they vary in setback along the fronts as well. And then in addition, again, if you look at the plans, we've got quite a bit of variation within each house along that setback. so that you'll get quite a bit of variation back and forth along that street scene as you're walking or driving down the street there to give you a little bit more undulation. So we got 4 styles on each of the houses. I'll just step back for a minute. And also, Plan 1 here is really, we're considering that one plan, but there's 2 versions of that plan because of the lot configurations. There's some lots that are narrower and deeper, and there's some lots that are wider and shallower. And so we've designed this home to be very similar in use, but designed it to fit on those lots differently. And so you're really actually getting another 4 elevations that will be similar from the Plan 1 to the Plan 1.
It's the 2 stories.
The shallow version. So elevationally, we've gone with 4 elevation styles that we think are compatible with the design guidelines and the existing homes in San Juan Bautista. We've got a Spanish or mission style house. We've got a farmhouse style, the western front style, a cottage, and a bungalow. And you can see the variation in the roof pitches from style to style and the roof style. So we've got, the first floor plan here, we've got Spanish with all hipped roofs. We've got a farmhouse that's sort of got a larger gable and a shed roof coming forward over the porch out to the front. And then we've got a cottage and a bungalow that have a more traditional gable appearance to them and the low sloping roofs on the bungalow style with the traditional knee braces and some stone on the pilasters, and then a little steeper roof on the cottage style with the exposed wood post on that. So you get a lot of variation in the materials, the styles, and the colors for each house. You can also see that the roof, even within a single home, the main roof of the house changes direction so that we're not getting a monotonous gable all the way down the street or shed all the way down the street. So as these are plotted together, you'll get a nice undulation of height as well as roof direction and roof pitch on the different styles. You can see on the 2-story plan we've got a couple of homes where it's predominantly gabled forward, and then a couple of them where we've turned that roof and it's predominantly a front to back roof to further break up all of that massing along there. The houses range from about 2,300 to about 2,900 square feet, and again we have the guest unit, secondary units in the backs, detached from the homes as opposed to having them kind of within the home, and that gives an opportunity to get a little bit of segregation between those 2 potential users of those homes. And with that, I'm here for any questions.
Is there any way to maybe improve on the western false front elevation? I have a lot of problems with that one for some reason. I don't know, to me it looks like barns.
What's the west?
Well, they really are kind of designed to look a bit like a traditional farmhouse as opposed to a barn. I'll use that term instead. But with the board and bat siding, it's really designed to sort of fit in with a traditional farmhouse. We could certainly look at that with lap siding or something like that, or a little bit of different massing. But really, to get that variation of the stronger wood component into the neighborhood, we'd want to do something along those lines.
Okay. Now, are the rest of these more like stucco then?
Yes, typically it's a mix of stucco. We've got some stucco, some wood, we've got some stone accents on them. So you'd have the bungalows would be predominant, like a traditional bungalow, predominantly stucco, and then have like a wood accent gable feature with some wood details, corbels, things like that, and then a fatter, column with a stone base along that. And then on the cottage, you get more of a stucco two-tone kind of look to that, and then of course the Mission or Spanish style is predominantly stucco. We do have a variety of roofing materials as well within the neighborhood. So we've got some villa or S-tile on the Spanish, and then we've got some comp and some tile.
Okay, that's good. Right. Okay. I don't have any more questions about that.
Commissioner Moore?
You're going to go with some comps The composition?
Yeah,
So,
it'd be an architectural grade.
Oh, there was
like
one.
like a 40 years?
Yeah.
Okay. I like more of the concrete or the Spanish style.
Yeah, I mean, we try to mix it up. Some of the styles really kind of call for a comp shingle roof, and I know a lot of communities, they want to do all the tile. So we've done both, and you can do different concrete tile materials so that they at least look a little bit different with the raked tiles or the smooth tiles.
Okay, one element I don't see much of, and I know it was mentioned in the guidelines, was balconies. I know that that's something that quite a few of the residents in the Creek Bridge have really enjoyed, is balconies.
Yeah, I mean, we only have the 1 2-story home that would even have the potential to offer the balconies. But we do have a large front porch on all of the homes, so we didn't go in that direction.
Well, I think you might want to consider more balconies, just because I know that that's something that the residents in Creek Bridge have really enjoyed. So, as a possible change.
Okay, so I had just a couple questions about the design. So, in the general plan, it calls for us attempting to mirror existing construction. So I think like this bungalow style, it's kind of like that Sears Craftsman look. It's consistent with a lot of the houses in this town. I understand each was this bungalow front elevation. So I kind of like that. And that's mirrored. Well, this is just a different roof design of it, I guess. So I recognize that as being representative of our community. Which other houses, when you guys drove around town and did your design, were you trying to copy, if you will?
Emulate?
Yeah, emulate. That's a technical word.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't technically trying to emulate any specific homes in the neighborhood, but pick up on some of the styles. The bungalow, again, was from the design guidelines, similar to what's labeled as 504 3rd Street, with the low sloping roofs and the corbel details and the wood detail up in the gable ends. And then you can also see that on page 5.1, a little bit of that bungalow style as well. There was, on 5.4, there's sort of a front porch house that's the board and bat that we were looking at the
Western one?
The western front house on. And again, you see a single story versus a 2-story. A lot of things kind of change and have to be adapted. The Spanish and Mission style, there was several versions of that style in town and within the design guidelines as well. And so we tried to pick up on some of the different detailing on some of those homes.
Okay, so if I could just make one comment for you. So like on the Spanish elevation, that doesn't look like Mission type architecture to me. I mean, that looks pretty modern style, if that's a fair comment. So maybe take a look at that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were trying, looking at the houses on 3.3 of the design guidelines, but we did have a lot of gable elements already within the neighborhood, so we were leaning towards the hip roofs just to break up that street scene a little bit more on those houses.
Well,
and actually, I think we added the stone to sort of add some more material and detail, but really, if you really want to get to the essence of the Mission and the Spanish, that would be a pretty basic, stripped down house.
I think, and sorry to interrupt you, but I think that's exactly what drew my attention to it. The stonework almost makes it look like a very modern house as opposed to, what we're trying to emulate as other structures that exist in our town.
I don't often get, let's reduce the amount of stone.
Right.
But I'd be happy to take a look at that.
On the Spanish, the single-story Spanish front, you've got, aside from the tile roof, can you tell me what's mission or Spanish style about it?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's the form of the building as well as the low, and instead of having like a porch rail, we've got sort of a low porch wall along there with the wood detailing. I mean, we could certainly, beef up that to be more like a stucco column or something like that if we were going to go without the stone. And then you've got, your tile details and things like that, and the gable elements on the two-story. And again, we were trying to limit some of the gables because we did have the bungalow and the farmhouse with quite a predominant amount of gables elements facing the street.
Well, on the Spanish one, is it possible to maybe put some arches in there?
Yes.
That would probably be a little bit
Yeah.
more. I mean, it's a good example.
I would
is
like to
the-
see some repetition of the design there.
The good example is the largest mission in the state of California. It's a good, we just take a quick picture of that one.
Maybe we get a picture of that?
We don't need 15
Oh, wait,
arches.
I bet there's one around here somewhere.
All right, so my thought here is that I'd like to complete this discussion here and asking questions of the applicant. And then I'd like us to take no more than like a 5-minute bio break. I'd also like to leave what I think are better representations for members of the public to take a look at. And then we'll give you the opportunity to give us your comments at that point. So if that thought process makes sense to everybody, can we conclude our questions of the applicant? Is there any more questions of staff or the applicant?
We're just talking about the homes themselves then?
Yeah, I think that's where we're focused.
Okay.
I mean,
'Cause I had some stuff about the park, but
about the park?
I don't know if we can.
Okay.
But I don't know if that's in the scope of this.
Well, no, it probably is. So, but I think that based on what I've learned about these meetings is I think that a lot of the questions we may ask, the public might bring those things up, which
Okay.
would help us focus a little bit.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so I've got Mickey's big hand on this watch. So let's yeah. Oh, so let's be back. Let's take 10 minutes. Let's be back at 1:15.
Okay, thank you.
think you're just looking at the front. If you look at the actual, like, is that the cottage? Let's look at the cottage. Rear. This is rear. So I think they were just like, oh, well, we have some variety here. So that breaks up these two big points.
Okay, if folks can start to settle back into their seats, we'll get our city clerk here and we'll get started again in a moment.
Yeah, they didn't really have much code enforcement back in the day, so. Yeah.
So I came from Big Sur. I had redwood trees growing through my decks.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Remember the last big fire they had down there?
Mm-hmm.
You know Martha Karstens?
The what?
You know Martha Karstens? She's a Big Sur volunteer fire brigade. She's chief down there. Anyway, she gets a call out. So she's running out the door with her call out closed, and the flames are coming up the hill.
Yeah.
Hers is the first house to go.
Yeah, they lost, those guys lost.
She did the whole clear cut, but she backs up to the park.
Yeah.
They don't clear cut.
No, they lost.
Yeah, I think you could.
Member of one.
No, I knew a lot of them. Why they lost hers, and then the one I lived in, that's probably the second one to go.
I think it's considered one board. Planning commission / historical.
No, it starts with HRB.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, a lot of them had
because
insurance,
they
and then a
do
lot of
their
them was
meetings.
collected. I know. I don't.
Yeah.
Again, I've been up here, so I don't know how it's distributed. But she just moved back into her place about a month ago. The new one.
Didn't say, what does it say on the front of your
The
bike?
city allowed them. The county allowed them to rebuild, and
Oh, it says
have
highway.
10% if they wanted to.
Okay.
That was not nice of me. You know?
Yes, that's what I'm going to do.
But I saw some cast iron stuff melted. So that the fuel in that system was unbelievable.
Hey, Matt or Roger, can one of you guys see if you can find Trish for us?
Thank you.
Thank you.
How'd you get to be a fireman?
What's that?
How'd you get to be a fireman?
I joined this fire department when I was 18, and then I worked in, I was a carpenter at the time. Joined when I was 18. My dad, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, my great-grandfather were firemen.
Oh.
So we joined, and then I was good at it too. So I got 2 more years to retire.
Okay.
That looks like Creek Beach home. Yeah. That's, what's her name, lives in, right in the corner as you're coming into town.
Are you ready to start up again?
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order, noting that all commissioners are present. And what I'd like to do is open this up to the public for any comment on any matters that you have concerning this issue that's before us. So, do we have speaker cards that you want to call?
No, what I have is Carl Baum.
Thank you, Planning Commissioners. Carvunk, 609 3rd Street. I did submit a 2-page letter with comments, and I'd just like, some things have come up during the course of these discussions. I would like to just start out by saying that this layout, which is not consistent with the city's design guidelines, this is the tentative subdivision map, which had this layout, was not approved by the Planning Commission. They had no opportunity to look at this. As a matter of fact, they voted not to approve it, and then it went up to the City Council, and they're the ones who, by default, approved it in closed session because apparently they didn't want to litigate it. Perhaps they liked the design. But in any event, I just want to make it clear that the Planning Commission never looked at this layout. So I would like to briefly just read my comments. The proposed site plan and design for the Copperleaf subdivision 45 homes does not comply with San Juan Bautista's general plan, land use zoning ordinance, and the city's design guidelines. And I did reference the various sections Okay, new single-family neighborhoods are governed by Chapter 5.3 of San Juan Bautista's design guidelines. Okay, traditional neighborhood streets. As I've mentioned before, the street layout of this development is totally inconsistent with traditional street design guidelines. And I quote, "Cul-de-sacs, T-turnarounds, gated and/or dead-end streets should be avoided." Quote, "Traditional grid-style streets with short rectangular or square blocks are preferred for new neighborhoods. New streets should connect with existing streets to form a continuous network of streets whenever possible." Here, as you can see, there are a number of cul-de-sacs which just perpetuates the 60s suburbia model, which is not consistent with, quote, "should bear some resemblance to the older parts of town." And, you know, this grid design was accomplished for the Creek Bridge development very purposely. So in my view, this layout should be redesigned. But if, you know, we can't, I'm not sure if we can or not. And site and design review is not just looking at houses. It's looking at the entire site. So you should be looking at fencing, the type of fencing, the design, what's the sound wall going to look like, what kind of trees, Creek Bridge. There was a lot of discussion about the fencing there. The trees were discussed. You know, they're London plane trees, I believe, were put in, large, bushy street trees, and the Mission Gardens project as well. The trees there, some kind of prunus, large trees, that was all reviewed. And then, I'm sorry, I'm getting off point here, walls. The houses on San Juan Hollister Road are facing sideways. And I'd like to point that out if I may. These houses are all sideways. You're going to be looking at these are their backyards. Instead of turning a welcoming front door onto the road, consistent with other neighborhoods, including the houses facing the Alameda nearby, and then we have the Mission Garden Apartments on McCullamy. Those are all facing the street. The Creek Bridge houses facing First Street, which is an extension of Highway 129. Quote, "Residences and other structures should help define the street environment and the transition between public and private space," unquote. If these houses were facing the street, they would have spectacular views of the pastures in front of them and the Gavilan Mountains behind. The sideways houses also violate the design guidelines because now a fence or wall encloses these side yards. See condition number 12 in your approvals. There's going to be a wall along there.
So Cara, I want you to make all your points, and we're going to give you the time to do that, but if you could just try to summarize a little bit.
Okay. All right, so if there's a wall running across there, it's going to give the impression of a gated community, even though there's not an actual lot gate in front of those two streets. Okay, so, and again, the guidelines say, quote, "Walled and gated communities contradict the charm and friendly character of San Juan Bautista. New neighborhoods with perimeter gates and walls are strongly discouraged," unquote. Okay, building design. I think you've touched on a lot of things here. I happen to like the board and batten one. I think the balcony comment was great. The garage doors are very plain, and you know they have some really nice little doors these days that make it look more like, you know, doors. The gable forward. You know, usually when you have single-story houses, they make you put the second story back so that it doesn't overwhelm the single-story houses. Again, I mentioned the balconies. So that was one of my comments. And then the lighting. Why are we getting Cobra lights along that street frontage? That's an industrial type of lighting. When we did The Mission Garden Apartments, they have decorative lighting along there. Same with Creek Ridge, along the main drag there, decorative lighting. I'm not sure Cobra lights, are appropriate there. It was mentioned that this is a designated truck route. Obviously, that's obsolete with Highway 156 there. And as someone mentioned, I think Mr. Hopper, this is now a city, it's within the city. So I would try to make this as pedestrian friendly and part of our community. Okay, let's see. So I recommend that you look at the lights, the type of lights. They can show what they're going to put in, the types of trees. Lollipop trees, are not really interesting. Then
Try to wrap it up if you
okay,
can, Carl.
park amenities. I think perhaps Commissioner Boyd is going to talk about that. I think you should take a look and see exactly what's going in there. The fencing, type of fencing. And then the city's supposed to be walkable. Can you make them put an overpass for pedestrians? There are going to be a lot of kids living here. Apparently they're going to be bused to school across the street. Anyway, and then of course there's the historic barn, which I talked about before, but that was part of the environmental review process. It is a very historic barn, and I don't know if you've read the Cultural Resources Report, but there is a whole history of that property in the Cultural Resources Report. And I'll wrap it up. Thank you very much for listening to my
Thank you for your comments. So this letter that you provided us with, and that she just summarized her comments, does that somehow become part of the public record? The actual written document?
Well, it doesn't get attached to the minutes, if that's what you mean.
No, I mean.
Of course it's part of the record. It is part of the record.
Okay.
That it was received.
Okay, great. Next, Trish.
I don't have any other speaker cards
On.
Oh, I'm sorry. David Madeira. Thank you.
David Madeira's 1026 First Street. I was listening to Commissioner Boyd about the styles of homes, and you were talking about being San Juanish. Yeah, if you look at these styles right here, they are mission style, they are Western and cottage. I mean, you can find that in any city.
That's right.
And I'm thinking, we've got a lot of fine examples here at San Juan Bautista. And just this last year, I went through all of San Juan Bautista looking for a candidate for historical preservation award recognition. And through that, I found about 110 homes that are fine examples of San Juan and unique to San Juan. If you're willing to look at those, maybe that will give you some ideas where we need to go as far as styles go. Like, particularly in my home, what I did was, it's a mission style home, but what I did is I found an element at the mission here that I had a false window that I was putting in an atrium. And I duplicated and replicated the banister shape, each rail, and put that there. I mean, it doesn't have to be the whole style of the house, but it could be elements and parts of the house that would make it more San Juanish.
Okay. No, I'd like to see those.
Thank you. Hey, so could I ask you to hand me, I left my documents up there for the public.
Sure.
If you could hand those to me, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, any other comment cards? Yeah. Okay, anybody that did not submit a card, would you like to speak on this issue? Okay, so I'll bring it back to the commission for, now that we've heard from the public, any additional comments?
Well, I am concerned about the walkability, bikeability part of this because it is such an isolated development. And I know that I had talked to Matt about this quite a bit, having also been a parent and a teacher, and safety being a primary issue for children. I don't like the fact that it's on the other side of the freeway without some other way to get over there. I even ride my bicycle across this town quite a bit And I don't even like to cross that freeway. I feel very vulnerable, and I can imagine that young children don't use the same kind of judgment that I do to be careful. We even have kids that come to our end of town, which is over near Creek Bridge, all the way from the San Juan Canyon, and because they want to be with their friends. And to me, there's going to be, it says it's mitigated by school busing, but that doesn't mitigate it because there's after-school projects, there's all kinds of things that kids are doing. And one of the things that I really appreciate about this community is the fact that kids are running around doing things and actually interacting with each other. We have a basketball hoop outside of our house so that they can have some recreational activities. We're hoping with the Strategic Planning Committee to really beef up more recreational activities for the youth in our city. And I know at a certain age, kids like to be much more independent and out and about. So I just have a real problem with the fact that it's across that freeway. And I know that families are going in there. By the time, children are 10 or 11 years old, they're out there on their bicycles running around. And that's probably my biggest issue with this whole thing.
But see, those issues would be in the development, the design of the subdivision.
Mm-hmm.
We have the conditions of approval. We have the approval of the tentative map vesting, so we can't even change it. And because that's a property right there. And so what we got tonight is the design of the units. I concur. It's the safety. I've crossed on 56, and it's not the most ideal of things. But a crossover or underpass is not the issue tonight. It's what do these buildings look like, what do we want them to talk about, what do we want them to make changes on. We're kind of limited based on what's on the agenda.
Well, walkability is an issue. That's one of the guidelines.
True. But
and
on
it's
this
mentioned
one,
many times.
But on tonight's agenda item is what is the house going to look like?
Mm-hmm.
Not what are they going to do between here and getting to the highway?
Well, but
see, the things I think you're talking about, with all due respect here, were the things that we dealt with over a period of months.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time all these conditions were put together, and those got approved, that kind of set it in stone. And so we may want to do some neat things, but it's not on the agenda tonight. I mean, if you wanted to, we could have a whole discussion, have an agendized discussion of the guidelines, of the Muni Code, of anything. But tonight, we've got, what do these things look like? I mean, like I said, there's a lot of issues.
Mm-hmm.
And there's issues we can't change. And so my thought is, I try to live with what I can't change and then work everything else that I can.
I pointed to the condition 17 calls for the painted crosswalk and pedestrian push button signal facilities on the east side of 156 that don't currently exist. So there will be improvements out of that intersection. So now you'll have it on both sides, which improves it for both the people already walking from the RV park and, as you mentioned, the kids from San Juan Canyon who already come into town. So not just talking about future kids, but talking about kids now will be helped by the improvements in these conditions. So just pointing that out.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Moore, do you have anything else?
I've got the architect, Mr. Pot, is it Potts? I had a couple, just looking through, I'm kind of doing what I've seen in town and what, so you're on A13, the cottage front elevation. That's, just to save me from going back and forth, that's a 2-story, is that correct?
No, that's a single story.
That's a single story? Okay, see, I like that look. I've seen it around. The bungalow underneath it, there's definitely a bunch of bungalows. We've had a whole bunch built over on Jefferson that was for the cement plant. And then if we go to A2, man, I gotta jump around. The bungalow on A2 and the western falls front. On the section to the far right, I noticed you don't have the batten board look to it. Is that going to be So you're going to run like, is that T11 siding, and then on the other side you're just going to do stucco, or?
Yeah, that's going to be, it's not T11, it is like real board.
Is it real board and bat?
Real board and
Oh,
bat,
cool, okay.
But it will run back to the point, if you look on the plan, it runs back to a point here where it dies to an inside corner.
Yeah.
And then it is stucco around the side from there. And you can see the sides and rears in the following pages. I don't know if you guys have them all.
See what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
See what's all that?
See, he's talking about that little offset there.
Yeah, that bat and board, I mean, I think it looks great. It just, for some reason, it just died, like you said, it just dies there.
Yeah,
The appearance dies.
we're trying to stop it at an inside corner. So
Yeah.
give it a real place to kind of stop without taking it all the way around.
All the way around?
Yeah.
And then the 2 stories I'm having a hard time with, especially the Spanish front. I know you said something about not very many people ask for stone removal, but this is San Juan, not Palo Alto.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I think we can.
Sorry to throw that out there.
I mean, I've been looking at it, obviously, based on your guys' comments already. I think we can, remove that stone and come up with an arched treatment across that porch area as opposed to the posts, something along those lines, and work on the detailing of some of the tile vents and things like that.
Okay.
To fine tune them a little bit more.
And then you've got your bungalow. You've got a 2-story bungalow. I don't think. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think I've ever seen a 2-story bungalow. I mean, maybe. Yeah. I may have seen one in maybe Watsonville, but the earthquake knocked it down. So.
There's actually a picture of one in your design guide.
A 2-story bungalow.
It's a sketch. So.
Oh, okay. The Spanish, you're on A2. The Spanish, the single story. I don't want to disrespect you, sir, but that looks nothing like a Spanish building that I've grew up around, and it's tough. I think it's subjective in California. People down in Santa Barbara think their Spanish buildings look a whole lot different than ours do. So it just.
Oh, yeah.
Grew up in Santa Barbara.
Okay. Don't do that, please.
Again, I think
it's a fun town to party in, but
I
so
think
much.
again, looking at that elevation, we can bring a little bit more of like a column detail, more similar to the mission in there.
Yeah, I did.
With an arched element and fine tune that elevation a little bit.
I like all the windows. I mean, you've got lots. Your buildings, you're not short of windows, and it's kind of cool that the bungalow here on A13 with that style of windows, the way you split them up like that, it looks fantastic. I like the little dormer window too. So as you can tell, I'm kind of a bungalow craftsman kind of guy. So, and I live in a Spanish-style house.
So they're I'm sorry.
No, I think the question was brought up. Did you get a chance to drive around? You drove around town, I hope, instead of okay. Walk around town, hit the pubs, and kind of walk. Spend some money.
Great golf course.
Yeah, well, that's not ours. That's Hollister's, but. Yeah, well, that's because they need to make money. Hollister Oaks doesn't make money. Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Franco. Anybody? Okay, so we're good up here. So there was a member of the public that commented regarding these, and I think Commissioner Boyd made the same comment. So what about these garage doors? I mean, every door looks exactly the same. I know it's a garage door, but
I mean, actually, I made the note on this drawing about 2 seconds before the young lady mentioned it, and I think we can certainly come up with at least some inserts class-wise and things like that are more stylistic.
Yeah, would you mind coming forward here for just a second?
Yeah.
So, like, if there was some kind of
Slightly arched.
like an arch or, something to define this more
Well,
characteristic.
I guess I was saying even in the door itself, we have
Yeah.
the ability to provide some variation in those doors, both with some metal details and some window details and things like that.
Yeah.
That'll differentiate each style door from the others.
I mean, let's face it, these are tract homes, and so you got to call them tract homes, but I think, the spirit of our general plan and what we're trying to accomplish is to, as much as possible, just take away from that type of feel and look. So I'd really like to see you look at that element. I echo Commissioner Friel's comments about the Spanish style and its stonework, so we don't need to be redundant other than intentionally so there. So how much time would you need to kind of relook at these designs and come back to us with another plate? Could you do that by the next meeting, or?
I guess that depends on how much time staff needs them in advance of the meeting to A, review, and B,
Get it
distribute
printed
to the public and to the commission. But, I mean, I think that's...
February the 7th.
So I would presume you would need those at least a week in advance, or...
We're going to need it by the 31st of January. 30th.
I'm sure my client is committing me to that.
You got some
Yes,
work ahead of you.
I think that's reasonable to get you guys some conceptual revisions to these.
And Matt, I think after I called you, these exact documents were on the city's website, right?
Yes.
So I just remind you guys to look for that. So what we're seeing here, and what some of you may be seeing for the first time, it's on the city's website. So that'd give you a grand opportunity to help us by getting your comments to us well in advance. And again, I think everybody here actually answers their phone and responds to email, but and unfortunately, we're somewhat limited on doing that because of the Brown Act. But I just think that, I mean, this is probably one of the most important planning decisions that this city's had to make. This is, the largest of subdivisions in the last 20 years. I don't think Creek Bridge was this big, maybe 35, yeah. And so we need to do this right. I appreciate the applicant's extra added time to take a look at these details. So are we agreeing then that we could look at least the initial comments, we have some feedback for the next meeting? Does that work, Matt? Okay. All right. And then the last thing that I would personally like, and I respect Commissioner Franco's feedback here. I'd really like to know two things. I'd like to look at a chronological snapshot of how this project has flowed. Like at what point did it become city property? At what point did this 4-1 vote to not approve this project occur, and what was the basis and the findings for that? Because, I mean, that just sounds weird to me. I mean, this same body said no to what we're looking at now. So I'd like to understand that as to how that has occurred. And then lastly, I think it would be helpful to all of us to provide some clarification on what we actually do have the authority to comment on, make improvements on. I think that what you have said, or somebody had said, was, well, we can only really consider the site to be the home plot itself. And, if that's true, that's true. But it seems to me like part of this process should be approving every little element of the bigger site. And so I'd like to know what authority this body has to provide some recommendations to the applicant that might help us make this a better project.
So I would really advise you to go to that chapter
11?
on design review, right? Because it is a little broader than just the plot plans.
Yeah.
There is findings for general plan, standards of the San Juan Code. There are some ability to look at whether the projects is served by streetlights, drains, sewers, sidewalks, those type of things. So I'd advise you to look at the city code.
So I think what you just said was you answered the question. We could look at each of those elements.
You have to make certain findings, and the findings are set forth, and there's A through L, so it would be hard for me to summarize all of those. But there is some, there is some scope to your decision there that is beyond just what the house looks like.
But the point, I think I already know the answer to this. So like the point that Commissioner Boyd, the concern about safety and what have you, we couldn't make any recommendations on that because we really don't have control over that as part of this plot plan. But something like a sound wall, we could.
That's right. Those lot lines are set.
Okay.
Well, they're set basically in a preliminary map, but
And I understood Roger's comment to be that, so the streets are the streets, whether we like it or the former planning commission that voted not to approve the streets as they are, we don't have any influence or input over that at this point.
That's right.
It's an approved tentative map.
And how did that happen? I mean, if they didn't approve it, how did it become approved?
We'll summarize that. If you said you wanted to summarize the event, and we'll go through
In the chrono? Great.
I believe it's in the board packet though from the meeting, city council meeting where they.
Right, I set out the chronology, and I can summarize it quickly in that in December, the Planning Commission did vote to approve the negative deck on the project, and they made general plan findings for approval. And then the 90-day time period passed that caused the map to be automatically approved. So they never actually approved the map, but they did make the general plan findings. They did approve the negative deck, and that started the time clock running.
Say that again, a 90-day what happened?
It was 30 days or 90 days?
I think you have to understand is the
50 days,
subdivision
I think.
map act says that when the planning commission approves an environmental document, that the planning commission has to take action within 50 days of that approval.
Right, it was 50 days.
And
It was by default.
And that approval didn't get done within that 50 days, and so then it went, and then there's some variations of an appeal and stuff like that, and then it went to the council, and they argued that it technically is automatically approved. You don't take action within the 50-day period.
So the vote that came up tonight that you prefer didn't for one happened after the time had lapsed. So it's as if it didn't matter because the tentative map act, so the provisions of it had already expired, which means by not taking action, it had already become approved. So while they may have voted, it was after the time period according to state law and subdivision map act.
So, okay, well, I think I really understand that. So, I mean, with all due respect, did we get bad legal advice, or did they get bad legal advice? How did that possibly happen?
Did they get any explanation to that?
They received it, and so I wasn't here at this point, but they received an option to deny, approve or deny within the 50-day period. And at the meeting where they could have approved or denied it, they took no action. And it's unclear whether they understood that they had to take action, but we can sit here in audience now. I wasn't there either, but they didn't take any action, and so therefore the time period passed and it became accepted. So.
Yeah.
No.
Just, I wasn't involved in that decision. That's the assistant planner that's no longer here, and he was at the meeting and didn't advise them. They had to make a decision that night, so I didn't really know anything about it. It wasn't legal advice. It was just the planner made a lapse at that meeting and didn't, when the project came in and it was approved, he didn't calendar that time for making the decision and didn't advise
Was
the
the
planning
commission advised that they had 50 days?
No, they were not.
And you weren't here. They didn't have any legal advice.
No,
at
it was
this-
the assistant planner that.
Oh, okay.
So there was
here at
some
the time.
omission of
Right.
some information to them?
Yes.
Well, it's a 60 home. Boo-boo. Okay.
And over this, John, you've been in city council for a number of years, but as the laws change, it gets more and more technical, and even today, the Permit Streamlining Act of 1977 has repercussions on taking actions on certain things also. And it has criteria of
Okay. Well, let's, you know, and the applicants as well, let's just all be mindful that our planning commission did not want this project. I don't know if it's the project or just the tentative map, or else they wouldn't have voted that way. So let's do our best on behalf of the public to make this the best design that it can be. If this is what, I'm just going to say stuck. You know, if it is what it is, let's just all do our best from this point forward to A, be very transparent. Let's make sure information's on the website.
Timelines are discussed.
Timelines are discussed, which was what kind of led me to that chrono. That I think that would help us understand, you know, some of this. And then I think the applicant heard our comments. You know, I had asked something about the sound walls, and there was some other things. So it seems like those would be within the purview of this body to look into those. So I'd ask that you know, have some responses at the next meeting when we raise those questions again. And I think that's...
We're going to wind it up with that?
Did
Yeah.
did the story pole issue, did that just
The what?
go, did the story pole issue just go away, or?
No, they were going to do that,
something on
and then we
paper,
were
but-
told that we couldn't do that, but I think we can do that.
Well,
A cross-section would be a lot easier.
I have to say it's an expense.
Cross-sections are more important than story poles because they show you the elevation and where the house is in terms of the elevation.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what was your comment?
I was just going to say it's expensive to story pole, and so you would have to get there, okay,
Well, it's-
something, that's not something in the ordinance that you're allowed to make them do. It's something that, you know, they.
Well, I would think they would want to work with this commission to get approval on their
Oh,
project.
I'm just
so.
saying it's expensive. It might even be dangerous in the wintertime to put up the story poles and.
I
with
think
the-
they're just
with the
all
winch.
they are is just doing 2x4s with some netting. I
It's
mean,
still
not-
expensive. The architect can say, I know that people complain.
You know this.
The cross-section is something that's definitely worthwhile. Putting story poles up above something that doesn't exist would be misrepresentation because you wouldn't see the hillside. I get involved in a lot of subdivisions and you have interfaces between one owner's lot and another. You put a wall in between or you slough it off. And so the cross-section tends to work better rather than this monstrous.
I hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
So do they have a grading permit?
No, they have a earth stockpiling permit.
Would that allow them to move that dirt there so they could put the storyboard on top of it? No? Well, look, go ahead.
I think, again, we could put some cross-sections together that would be very revealing for you all. I don't know that it was even discussed that, you know, the sound wall is 40 feet from the edge of the road, and it's a hill that goes up 6 feet over 40 feet with a wall on top of it. I think if you go out there and you just put a 16-foot, something that looks like a 16-foot wall, it's really going to be a misrepresentation of, and not for the better, of what that might look like. So I think we could start definitely with some sections for that next meeting. Hopefully that answers questions and people can kind of see both as you go down the road how it climbs and as you cut across the road.
I think that's
what it looks like.
I think that's the spirit of what.
That's reasonable.
You know, that what would, you know, little Johnny going to school in the school bus see? What would Mr. and Mrs. Jones on their way from Fresno to Monterey, what would they?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that in the spirit of cooperation. Okay, so are we done with our at least
With the
feedback
copper
for this
leaf?
round?
I think you need to either table it or continue it. Did you take action to continue?
Yeah,
it?
so I'd look for a motion to table the, what's the official design approval?
Agenda item, such and such.
To the next meeting?
Or you want to continue it to the next?
Continue it to the
I was going to ask if we're continuing to a date certain.
next
Yeah,
meeting?
what's the date, Matt?
7th.
7th? Thank you. I can't quite see that far. All right, thank you. All right. So that brings us to
Heritage Homes.
6D, consider approval of site and design review permit SDR 2016-1102 Rancho Vista subdivision tract number 322, applicant Meritage Homes. Council, is Is there a time limit on these meetings by city code currently? 10 o'clock, okay.
Oh, goody. We got.
I'll stay here as long as it takes, but I know the city code probably says something about that. Okay, staff report, please.
Yeah, to summarize real quick, it's again very similar to the site design. Planning Commission approved the subdivision, went to the council with the final map. Now they're back in front of you for the site design review of the homes. This is an 86-lot subdivision that will be built in phases. It's a nested map. And so there's 4 basic plans the applicant comes through. Out of those 4 plans, there's variations of 3 options in each of them. And of the types of homes that they established are basically craftsman, French country, early California type of frontage and stuff like that. And so again, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant and have them come forward and make their presentation.
I have no idea where this stuff is in my plan.
Good evening. Bob Fulton with the Rancho Vista Project. Chairman Hopper, commissioners, staff, thank you guys, first of all, for, ours has been a fairly long process. It was 3 years ago that we started this. It may not seem like it to you guys, but trust me, it's 3 years. And our project got developed through a lot of input, through the General Plan Update Committee, through numerous public meetings we've gone through, and we've always gotten good feedback. We've been directed to create the project that we did, and I'm very proud of it. At this point, I'm essentially stepping out of the project because the home builder that will do this is Meritage Homes. And I'm very proud that Meritage will be the builder on this project. I would encourage you to drive up to Gilroy and take a look at what they're building up there. They have 2 projects that are both existing, and they build a heck of a home. And they put a lot of things into that home that many of the builders don't. I want to address one comment that was made regarding solar on these houses. And I'm going through this personally at this time. And I can tell you that when you do add solar to your home, you have the cost of doing it, but you do get a 30% tax credit for that year of your cost on doing a solar home. If I were to, if a builder were to do that, the builder doesn't get the 30% tax credit. It's more efficient for the homeowner to own that home and on day one go out and have that solar put on. Or they could lease it. Nowadays there is very little cost to leasing solar, but it is a challenge when you go to sell that home because the buyer has to approve the lease you would sign. But I would encourage anyone to go out and look into the solar portion of it. But having the house ready for it, and so that the company can come in and just immediately put it on there, if it's pre-wired and everything's done, it lowers the cost quite a bit. But you still get the 30% tax credit. That was just
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing. With that, I'd like to introduce Jess Salmon with Meritage Homes, and he will walk you through the product that they're doing. I'll say that you take a look at it. I want to thank you guys again for everything you've done, input-wise, directing us.
Thank you.
Before I forget, can you tell us where that project, the projects he
The
suggested?
Gilroy project.
Where are they at?
It's referred to as the Heartlands, and that's on Santa Teresa Highway and Pecker Pass Highway, or Santa Teresa Road.
Heartlands. We grew up there, huh?
In Marin.
You can't remember, I have carpets on Heartlands, Santa Teresa.
All right. Thank you, Commission and staff. My name is Jess Salmon, Meritage Homes. So we're really excited to be here. Personally, I'm excited to be in San Juan. So my aunts lived here for quite a few years, right on the other side of the highway. She has a horse ranch, and I used to take the train down. I was born and raised in San Francisco, and we used to take Caltrains down to the end to Gilroy, and then we would come into town and have quite a bit of fun in the creeks and in the area. So I'm excited to be building here. Been with Meritage for quite a while, and one of the things I really pride ourselves on, and our company does, is our energy efficiency. So we're the energy efficiency leader in California. That's not too big of a deal because we've got pretty high energy efficient standards, but you get around the rest of the U.S. and we're leaps and bounds ahead of folks. And so I just want to give you kind of a feel for what we're doing, because it's not only, you know, the look and feel of the home, but, you know, the construction quality. I think, you know, there's not a lot of tract homes that are being built here, production homes. So I want to make sure that you guys feel comfortable with what we're building and what we're doing. You know, we've been around for 25 years, and I think, you know, it's not only about building a home that's, you know, we can make a profit on, it's also about making something that the community is comfortable with, and we have a reputation. And I don't know if we'll have the opportunity to build here again in the future, but I'd like to think that, you know, if we're done with this, you guys would all welcome this back. So just kind of, we have a presentation here, that little PowerPoint. We can walk through some of those items, get you a little bit more familiar with the site. As Bob said, this has been a 3-year project. I know that you've all just stepped on the commission, so you're probably not as familiar with it, or maybe you kind of heard some things or so forth.
Well, I live close to it.
Yeah, we know a little bit about it.
Hopefully we can clear those up and get you comfortable. You know, as you may be familiar, the final map's already been approved for the site, so that means not only the tentative map, but the final map's been approved. We have approved improvement plans. We have a grading permit, and we're out there moving material on the site. We had hoped to be in front of you all back in November, but, you know, with the holidays and the change in the commission, we're here, so we're excited to be before you. So kind of as you move through the presentation, you know, we just kind of show a little orientation where we are within the site. I also have an image here of the site layout and kind of some of the features that we have with it. I think you also have a large blow-up of that as well, which we can talk a little bit more in detail about as we move through. The site's situated along First Street. The project will be including a roundabout there. It's kind of a traffic calming feature. I think it's a really nice add for the highway and the project. It'll slow people as they come into town. That was approved as part of the tentative map and is included in the improvement plans to the site. What's also really unique about the site is there's a lot of open space right along that entry there. So as you come to that roundabout, you'll see the water quality detention basins right there. We also have some wetlands on the site. We also have some drainage that's moved through the site, and that's all incorporated into the layout. There's a lot of walkability that was considered. I'd love to take credit for it, but that was a big part of Bob working with staff and the general plan, and far before we were involved with it. So I think, you know, that really shows what the community put forth and what the developer did. You know, in terms of what we're constructing, we're going to preserve that fence. You guys are probably familiar with driving along there. So the front, we're trying to kind of keep that rural frontage going. We're going to do some improvements to that split rail white fence, but not try to kind of block it off or anything. No houses are on the road. They are internal to the site, but they will be facing the road. So there's, you know, that is still a highway, so we want that space, but you'll still kind of feel like a nice community set behind those pepper trees there and behind that railing.
Okay.
As you come down the highway. And we have some little monumentation there you can see. Next sheet kind of talks about some of our environmental, you know, sensitive, forward-thinking ideas that we incorporate into our homes. You know, in California, we like to talk about how healthy our homes are. So we have people that move in and they talk about, you know, we get letters that say, hey, my kids were taking this much asthma spray every month since we moved into your home. It's reduced by half or a quarter. And a big part of that is how we design the home mechanically speaking. So we do a special thing that's a spray foam. So before we put in any of the sheetrock, instead of just using typical insulation, we spray foam it. And that adds things like sound dampening, you know, kind of breathability. It locks it in. So we have extra circulation systems, bringing in fresh air, filtering it, something really unique to Meritage. We're wired for solar ready. We do partner with solar providers, so that's an option that buyers have. You know, we have the conduits for the electrical vehicles. You know, we're balancing, it's an interesting place where we're at. We're not a custom home builder. You know, we're not doing this individually. We're doing a lot of site improvements. We also want to balance, you know, what buyers are interested in, what's affordable and practical, and we can do on a larger scale. So I like to think of us as kind of like the Prius builders on the market. You know, it's something affordable. It looks decent, and it's accessible to a lot of people. We have a summary of our plans here. 4 plans, as mentioned, 3 elevations each. So we're trying to create some variety here. We have 2 plans that are single story. That's popular in the market right now, so we're going to see hopefully a lot of those within the community. And we have that planned out through the community. And we like to let buyers choose, and so we work throughout the site. We have fixed our second units. We have a requirement to do 6 second units, and we fixed those within the sites. Those are lots that are a little bit larger, so we have good access to that second entry throughout the site. We work with staff on that. We have a little summary of the architectural elevations that we're using. So design guidelines, the one thing I have to congratulate you on is that San Juan Bautista has design guidelines. Those are really helpful for developers and for my architect, mostly for me because I can just send it to my architect and say, hey, make sure you do it like this. And so they really focus on creating variety, so that's what we focused on here, creating distinct styles, so not just Spanish, California, and Mission. So
Thank you.
So we want to create some variety there. Looking throughout the town, there's some variety as you move around, and so we wanted to create that within this community. So we have that here. Talking a little bit about the massing, so a lot of that goes, my architect spends a lot of time. He's here if we have any questions as well. Moving to the next sheet, we have some renderings that we've done of each of the homes, just kind of give you guys an idea, a little orthometric view. And those kind of coincide with the package that you've also received, which is kind of a more official design review package, which will show you floor plans. So if you guys kind of look at those concurrently, you can kind of get a little bit better feel. Because sometimes when you're looking at those plan views, it's difficult to kind of see the articulation. So here, you can see plan view. It looks pretty simple, but you kind of tilt it a little bit and you see how many surfaces there are in the front. So we've got over 5 a lot of time. And I think that's what really breaks up that street scene. When you think about it, you're standing on the street and you're looking down, not only working to articulate that house forward and back and playing with, where the living space is and the garage is, but also how many planes are within that house. So you're looking down the street and you're seeing a lot more articulation. Even if you line the houses up, within those 2 houses, you can see a lot of articulation. And so we have, as much flexibility as we can, we're doing that. The site does have some grid layout, but there's also some arcing to the streets, which really helps as well. So you'll get some nice kind of, I think, play. As a developer, we love that. We find buyers are much more excited about such features. Some nice elements like iron work on the houses. So the 2701, another single story. Here you can see we've got a front porch area that we provide as an option. That gives some variability to the homes and allows buyers some flexibility within selecting their homes and making sure that we don't have too much homogeny throughout the community. The plan 2401's a 2-story, start to fill out the lot a little bit more for larger families. And then the 3084 is for the large family. Again, we're working to create a lot of variations in those surfaces. You'll see that some of them have kind of recessed entries, so there's kind of a little bit more of a setback to that. I think it's the 2401 has a little bit more predominant to the entry, so that entry moves forward and that living space and garage moves back, whereas some of the other plans that entry moves back. So we're again trying to play with some of the articulation. Working with massing of the roofs, we want to balance the pitches, so we aren't creating too much of kind of a roof feel as you're looking at the home. We want to make sure that we're emphasizing the living space and not so much just roofs. We're also working with hips and some of those tapers so that you're seeing variety throughout the streetscape. With that, we'll kind of shift gears into landscaping. So one of the things about the site, we're looking at the overall, and you're seeing quite a few trees. I think that really kind of underrepresents the actual amount of trees you're going to see on the site, because there's a condition to have an additional tree within the front yard. So you'll see kind of a small plot plan down to the left there. And so we'll have, a larger tree in the front yard, a smaller tree. This one right here.
Oh,
Right
okay.
here. Sorry.
That's all right, go ahead.
So there you can kind of see there's a tree in that front median in the landscape strip, and then there's a tree in the front yard, and then we'll have a tree, like a small decorative tree, splitting the lots. What we do at Meritage, we made a decision a little over a year ago with water concerns that I had over 20 communities, and I pulled lawns from all of them. We just kind of see that as something that, while it's allowed, it puts a water demand. So,
Yes.
we believe reducing is kind of a priority as opposed to reusing. So, not only do we have low flow within the house, toilets that have two choices and so forth, we also removed all the lawns from the front. So you'll see some green area. We use like kind of a low ground cover, so it's kind of like the tufted grass. In fact, I think there's an image in here of some of the materials.
We have pictures of grass.
Yes, perfect. You found it. So
Ornamental grasses here. Are any of these indigenous?
I don't think so. I do not believe the grasses are. The grasses are the tough ones, the ground tough ones.
And it looks
But those
like
are some examples, and so you'll see we work to kind of create some variety in height, since we use what we call kind of xeriscape, which is no lawns in front of the house.
And these are low water type grasses?
Yeah. So they're drought tolerant, low water use. So it's all drip. We don't use spray. That's where you start to lose water when the rain flows and so forth. Yeah. So it's all drip, drought tolerant plants. And so we have some elevations here that those pictures showed. Those were kind of underrepresenting of how great these look. And I think if you go and get a chance to see the Heartland community, you'll see kind of some of the landscaping coming in and how great it looks. And we haven't had any complaints from home buyers. When we first did it, people they held on to the idea of the lawn, but now that we're seeing some, we're seeing a lot more.
Yeah, well, I see a lot of changes happening wherever I go in California anymore.
Yeah.
With yards from succulent raising to cactus to rocks.
That is true. We have some rocks in there that will
Okay.
So another important part of the site is not only the walkability, but some of the features that we're including in there. So there's two play structures area. So this isn't the greatest image, but it hopefully conveys the layout. So there's within the center of the site the two wetland areas, or the wetland detention area. There's some play structures as well as exercise equipment. So we have it for two age groups, the 2 to 5s and then the 5s to 12s.
Has anybody ever thought of a basketball court or a half court?
The way we usually get directed is the play structures.
Okay.
That seem to be what parents
Well,
like.
play structures are fine for up to a certain age, but the kids that I see around most of the time are the ones that want to be out there playing something like soccer or basketball.
Agreed. And so a lot of the philosophy is, hey, you want those play structures close to where parents are going for the younger ages, so you have more of those, and that's why you see them in the communities. And then the larger play areas, like the basketball court, soccer field, are usually covered on a municipal level, because those older children are able to move about town. So your 12-year-old can say, hey, go ahead, head down. Whereas mom's like, I have to go with the 7-year-old, and I don't want to go across town. I want to walk over to my play structure.
I think is it sort of like a park course?
Yeah, there's some open space there. So.
Yeah, I thought that was great because even adults could enjoy that.
Yeah, exactly. And we've got park benches out there, and then there's even a little picnic area there that's kind of tucked behind. We're even putting a little pedestrian bridge in. If you look again back to the overall site, coming in off the highway, you'll be able to cross in. And then we're putting a pedestrian bridge right there, so you'll be able to kind of cross over and immediately move into the trail system. And I think that's really helpful. So essentially, someone could cross in, either go down any of these streets or walk down through this area and around here.
Okay.
And the trail continues up, so when the project, if there's future development in the area, we can move through. Exercise equipment's another condition of our approval, and we've incorporated that. We even incorporate for accessible for ADA.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yes, I noticed that.
With that, I'll turn it over to you for questions. Be happy to answer anything.
Well, again, just balconies a little bit. I'm just wondering, like in the French country here, whether you could put balcony on the front somewhere.
Okay.
And maybe, and you were saying maybe some, well, they have some
The garage door, yeah.
Yeah, the garage door is not all looking the same. I noticed you have some details around the doors. That's good.
I know I'm going out of order here, but the thought occurs to me that, so how do you control, like, if 20 people on the same street, all pick the same model? How do you fix that?
One, I like to avoid it because when it's all done, they all write me horrible letters.
Right.
So it's not something I want to do. What could be done is you guys could put forth a condition that staff could implement, saying, hey, we don't want to see the same plan with the same elevation, next to each other, or something to that effect. And then what would happen is, as I bring in the plot plans, planning staff will look and say, hey, look, you built this house next door, I'm not letting you build it. And that's how you kind of control it, and you would ensure that, and I'm comfortable with that.
So you could work with Matt to draft some language that works for you and meets the spirit of that?
Yeah, I think essentially what I said right there, you could say, hopefully it's the approval with, the condition that, plot plans are reviewed by staff to ensure that no two matching elevations and floor plans are adjacent to each other.
And why don't you draft something like that and send it to Matt for review? I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I think that's a good idea. Thank you, John.
Anything else, Darlene? Or Commissioner Boyd?
Commissioner Boyd.
I know, it's strange. I won't call you that at a wine party.
A lot of subdivisions basically designate what unit will fit on what lot. What I'm saying is, okay, we're going to put boom, 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 and I know that's what they're saying, and that's you don't want them all the same. But usually the developer will say, no, I'm going to put this here, this is going here, and here. No, you can't have this one because this is going here. That's what they're saying, but that's what,
yeah, so that is something that happens in some communities. Usually it's on a smaller project where they're saying, hey, there's so few lots, we want to make sure we have the variety throughout the project.
And with our luck, they all have, like John was saying, we have 15 two stories in a row.
Yeah.
And I don't know, that's not gonna.
That's controlled in our conditions.
Well, no, they have to.
Controlled in the conditions of approval. Okay.
Yeah, so there's control there, and as a developer, I like to leave variety because then buyers get to choose, and then they're more excited about the home because they're choosing their plan with the restriction that the conditions require a certain amount of variety. So then, we get to have a dialogue, and it's not so fixed. And I can say, hey, look, we're doing these three, single stories in a row, and then we're gonna have this two-story, and are you comfortable with maybe another two-story, and there's constantly dialogue there, and staff, I think, does a great job here, and so, it's not something where I'm running free and putting, and I've seen that happen.
Okay.
Mr. Moore, anything else?
I'm good with it.
Commissioner Franco?
I'm good.
Commissioner Friels?
Whoops, be careful.
You said in phases. Have you figured out where you're going to start?
Let's see.
Thank you.
The first phase is 3, and there was phase 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay, but where's the
So
on the map? Yeah.
We're a large enough builder. One of the great things we do is we're building the whole site at one time. In terms of construction phasing, we're looking at 2 model potential locations. One's here or one's here. We'll work with our marketing folks. And then we'll most likely start building this area, and then come through this area and then finish with these. Is our general consideration for phasing.
Okay, where does 3rd Street come in then? Which phase would that be?
3rd Street is over here, and the homes this will most likely be built last in terms of homes.
Okay.
But construction of 3rd Street's occurring with the infrastructure, and we're starting infrastructure already.
The grading and the street will be there, the homes will be the last phase.
The connection will be there before that. That's what I was
So-
wondering about.
Sorry, yeah.
Just for clarification, because when you said phases, so this entire master site plan, that is it, but the phases would be like this section or this section, is that what you mean by, okay.
And there were 7 phases presented at the tentative map.
Right.
And they elected, they could do 1, 2, 3 together, or one there, but there's 7 different phases.
So when you, I'm sorry, so when you say you're going to build out the project as far as the infrastructure, roads, curb, cider, or sidewalk, is that correct?
Yeah, so typically what happens a lot of times, smaller developers, because they don't have as much capital to finance that amount of work, they like to build in phases, because then they aren't putting as much money forward.
Right.
Meritage, we work on, one of our qualities, I know there's some that aren't, attractive to having a big builder, but one of the positives is that I get to come in and I can do that on a larger scale. So I get some economy of scale, but it costs me because I have to do it all at once. So that's what we're doing.
Okay.
So that would include, so like, would your intent be like, all these park areas and to do those day one or one?
No. So all the infrastructure, the public right-of-way, roads and streets will be completed, and then once we have that completed, we start building homes and the park features and so forth, concurrent with the homes.
Okay.
What would happen if they started building this project and all of a sudden decided that and they did all the curb and gutter and whatever, but then they decided that this wasn't an equitable project for them anymore, and they hadn't completed things like the park and those things? What would our recourse be?
Our recourse is that part of the development subdivision improvement agreement is that they have to bond the improvements to make sure that there is sufficient equity to finish it. If the developer just walks away from it, then we call public bonds.
And we've posted all those bonds.
Okay. That's good to know.
So there was some discussion on one of the other projects about reclaimed water, or this project is going to require some irrigation, obviously, particularly I don't know what you call it, the public portion of it along the sidewalks and what have you. Well, have you given any thought to how you might future engineer this project to make accommodation for that?
So our philosophy is kind of simpler, better. So we do the reduce focus, and so that's why we're doing the zero scape within the front yards. The basin itself is more kind of like a turf that requires less water. So that would probably be the highest demand area. And it's something that doesn't need to be irrigated as much because it's slightly lower, and it receives drainage water during the winter. So that's kind of our philosophy is instead of kind of adding on things which tends to kind of require more energy and more effort and more infrastructure, we try to reduce the usage of. So really low flow in terms of our homes and the landscaping that we're installing, including that mow strip, they call it, between the street and the sidewalk, which is city right away. We use that ground cover as opposed to lawn.
Right. I would prefer that.
Yeah, so it's reducing the need as opposed to coming up with clever ways to supplement.
Yeah, I appreciate that philosophy. Is there, though, an opportunity, like when you install the sewer and what have you, to put that purple pipe in? I keep calling it purple pipe.
Gray water?
Purple pipe, yeah. I mean, that sounds cheap to do.
I don't think there's anything, it's not available in the area.
Yeah, we weren't going in that direction because of this sitescape that you were proposing didn't require it.
Well, I'm just thinking, and I know it's not even available, but I mean, if there's an opportunity to have that connection at, you know, out on the highway, what I call the highway there, or at 3rd Street, so it can be connected later, I mean, then low flow would become no flow almost. I'm just asking the question.
No, it's a valid question. You know, again, I'm going to return to our philosophy because what we're trying to do is reduce cost because, you know, all that gets passed on to the home buyer. Because part of this is I'm still trying to create a value for the buyer because I can't load too much cost up on them. And so by not including such extensive infrastructure, instead of just reducing the demand, then we find that kind of what I hope is that balance between environmental sensitivity and value, you know, economic value.
All right, thank you for that.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
I might have missed something. Just so currently this is the 4 homes that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
While you're on that page, you got your...
Can I finish real quick?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. And the question was asked earlier of the last folks, have you gone out and drove around town and took a walk? And
Yep.
Can you tell me where there's a 2-story French country house in this town?
So
I
again,
like the
we're
fact that it's there.
Trying to create variety here. We have some constraints.
Yeah, but we have design guidelines that we would like to follow, kind of like Creek Ridge. You know, they actually worked on that. And
Well, I don't think that I like the French country house.
Okay,
I'm sorry, Scott,
but
but
we
I
have.
do.
But I get that, but we do have, you know, specific guidelines. I like your early California. I think it looks pretty good. Matter of fact, I just ought to take a look at this. Okay, and then so just 4 homes.
Yes, with 3 elevations for each one.
Yeah. How much higher is the existing? So let's go back to before there was a massive pile of soil out there. How much higher are you going up? Where are you taking the grade from?
Okay.
The original.
So it'll vary anywhere from I think 2 feet up to 8 feet within the site. So it kind of, you know, the site itself moves a little bit. So obviously the higher areas we aren't needing to bring it up as much.
That makes sense. The reason
that's a big pile, and
yeah.
it gets distributed throughout
and
the site. I know
the dirt issue I mean, I got hammered right from the get-go about dirt issue. You got to ask about the dirt, so I'm asking about the dirt.
I understand. And I know. I see that pile out there, and I know everyone drives by it.
You do, dude. It causes massive grief everywhere in town.
We're trying to move it as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
I
like it.
Well, it's a work in progress. People don't understand that.
I appreciate I appreciate the fact that you're putting streets in before you start your project.
Yes.
Creek Bridge didn't do that. I don't want me to keep going, but they didn't do that, and it's a huge fire concern. It was a mud bog.
Yeah.
The homes had tons of mold issues afterwards because the whole thing was underwater. That was a swamp at one point in time. And I'm sure you've heard it many times where your building is in another swamp. So
and what we've done, we've worked extensively with our geotech, just because I know that's an ongoing issue around here. And we have side drains, which is a common practice in a lot of municipalities, and we've worked with Roger and staff on this and our engineers. So along each side of the street, there's a subdrain that sits within kind of the lower portion of the trenches.
Mm-hmm.
So any water that comes up immediately will run through that system, and it keeps it, you know, not only are we building the site up, but you have this kind of drain system that as any water may come up will be captured. So it'll help keep the site dry and avoid such things. And so that's something that goes in early on.
If you like, I can show you some photos from
I-
50s, 60s, and 70s. A nice, flow going across there. So.
Yeah, I know. I've talked to some of the neighbors about it and heard the stories.
Oh, and I'm sure they're concerned. But okay, I'm sure I've got plenty of questions later. But
So what's the average square, or what's the range of square footage? I know that's here somewhere. And
Sure. If you look at the front sheet, we have not only the images, but we have the square footage underneath it. So we're ranging from a 2347 to a 3085.
Oh, okay.
And so,
It doesn't have anything to do with what we're doing tonight, but just out of curiosity, are these all sprinklered?
Yes, absolutely.
Is that a city ordinance now?
It's a state.
It's state? Oh.
It's a city requirement.
It's a city and a state. It was adopted to the California Fire Code, and the city did it before the Fire Code did it.
Well, I hate the fact that it's happening, but it's a well thought out project.
It is.
It's,
And I'd love to take credit for that, but I think that's a real testament to Bob working with staff extensively, over the past 3 years. I think, he's done a great job and he continues to stay involved, and I think that's a testament to his, passion for this project and his desire to see it, meet that vision.
in a project like this, Roger, or like the project that was presented earlier, are there typically tenets and covenants associated with what homeowners can and can't do?
That's more of an individual responsibility of the
Developer.
how they want to control certain things of their, when they sell the property and stuff like that. The CC&Rs is up to them.
So I would argue that you guys kind of have that within this town.
Yeah.
Your design guidelines, which are extensive.
Yeah.
So we're not doing any special homeowners association on the project. And so, my thought is instead of kind of creating our own little governing control is to leave that to you. So, the design guidelines kind of control that.
Okay.
We will have the same as we had in the other subdivision, landscaping and lighting district and district.
That's good.
That was my next question. So it's the same.
So those requirements are borne by the homeowners.
Okay.
Okay.
How much trouble would I get in if I heard public comment on this?
Yes.
Yes, you get in trouble?
Well, it's 10 o'clock.
I think you can vote to extend the timeline if you want to by
We can do that?
a short time period, yeah.
Is everybody comfortable with that?
Might as well, we're here.
Okay, so
We'll do a straw or
I would propose entertain a motion to extend the timeline of this meeting to 10:30. Is that all right?
Yes, sounds fine.
So moved.
All right, second.
I second it.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That was 5-0. Okay, public comment.
John McCormick, J&M Company. The subject property is received a lot of soils, and you guys are sensitive about that. And the developer says that he's talked to the neighbors, but what assurances will the neighbors have, given the fact that they now are higher than some of the surrounding properties?
Question? I don't know that we answer those questions, but that's a good question.
It's very important to the neighbors to have some assurance that sloughing doesn't occur, and when you reorient the soils and elevations, you have other water coming into that area from drainage from other places, and how that affects neighbors is your responsibility here. And so,
I think John's talking about the north end, as it's adjacent to Kathleen Manning. That will be anywhere from 7 to 8 foot in some spots as it goes close to the San Juan Highway there. And originally we were talking about sloping the thing, and now the developer
So is there such a thing as site elevations that he or anyone could look at?
Yeah, we could get some cross-sections in this show, you know, they basically.
This could be a huge problem.
Yeah, no, and they're not encroaching upon Kathleen Manning's property.
But it does drain.
Does
to
drain
the
down,
property.
yeah.
And if that ditch or drainage is not properly designed, or it gets clogged with grasses
Debris.
and other things that impede the water to drain, we really have to be concerned about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other additional public comment?
Yes, Carval.
Thank you, commissioners. Just very briefly, a couple of questions. What kind of street trees are going to be planted? And I know there was some issues with the bridge, getting approvals from the wildlife agencies, and I was wondering if that had happened. And I'm wondering about the community signage, which to me makes it look like a kind of a gated community. I'm not sure we want that sign.
Sign?
There's a sign.
The monument?
Community
Yeah,
sign
entryway.
at the
Yeah.
entrance.
Yeah.
And then on the design 2401, the two-story one, that gable forward, I'm just wondering if that is a good look. And then my other question is, are the homes facing the highway going to be 8 feet higher than the street? And also, what is the size of phase one? How many units are we talking about? Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, so I'm going to bring this back to the commission. I'm sorry, what? Oh, I thought I asked it.
I only had one comment. You know, on the bottom of your logo here, you spelled Bautista, B-A-T-I-S-T-A.
So does DMV.
Correct it? Every last one of them.
It won't fit in the Amazon,
Have you ever looked
box.
at your driver's license, the way it's
Yeah.
spelled?
ETA.
Okay, so I think the applicant, the developers heard our initial comments and what we'd like to see you bring back for us to look at. I think it's kind of a short list. Do you want to go through that list for clarification? Just
Yeah, what I'd like to propose, I mean, you guys have done a lot of great stuff here. I think we have a small enough list. What I would like to propose is that we kind of cover that list in summary and then leave it to the staff to ensure that those are implemented. I kind of think as though the comments that you guys have said are something that we can address fairly easily. They don't seem to be big project changers or anything. So it can be something that we could put forth as, condition, approval with the following conditions, and then ask staff to implement it. And then that way we're kind of out of your guys' hair and moving forward. That helps me, obviously, because I'm moving dirt out there, and we've got a tight timeline with missing out the last few months. And hopefully you guys are all comfortable with that. I think everything's been pretty concise, and you guys all seem to be in consensus on that.
so it's been 3 years.
It's been 3 years.
So I for one, thank you.
Sure.
I think I for one would just, and maybe there's something we can do here to help you with that situation, but I think I would like to just see your comments come back to us so we, I don't want to turn this responsibility over to staff with all due respect to intended. I'd like it to come back to us so we can say, yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Just one more time.
But what can we do to help them I mean, because his concern is he wants to move dirt around. What does that have to do with, I'm sorry.
We are moving dirt. We have a long process that we still have to go through in terms of construction drawings, getting those approved. And so, my timeline is getting condensed, and so I'm just trying to keep the project moving forward and not taking too much more of your guys' time.
Well,
we can talk through that list and then.
What do we, talk.
Yeah, let's do that.
I want to see what you got
Sure.
down.
Okay. So,
paper.
I had such things as garages. There was concern about garages, so we can incorporate some windows, and you could say, incorporate the windows, to the satisfaction of the planning director, something to that effect. Matt, would you be comfortable with something?
Oh, sorry, I was writing down. Garage diversity.
Yeah.
No, we want to see them, not.
Windows into the garages. Enhancements.
Something to take away from that square with.
Yeah, I understand. So what we'll often do is, and I'll work with my production team, windows, hardware, that are fastened on the garages, so they have a little bit more
Hardware,
depth to them.
okay.
Street trees were another one that were brought up, so we can provide a palette to the satisfaction of the planning director. If you guys have any specific guidelines.
When we look at those.
What's that?
The trees.
We have an approved street tree list.
I'd like to look.
Okay.
Okay, so that was 2 street trees.
I think the big one was elevation variety. So we can ensure that no 2 plans with the same elevation are built, adjacent to each other, or across the street from.
Okay.
Something like that.
And you're going to draft that language.
So I think, I think that language, we could almost verbatim for that, and then I think Matt kind of understands the intent of that.
Okay.
There was a public comment about the drainage along the north boundary. So I've spoken to Kathleen and her son extensively about that and understood their concerns. So we actually have the sites draining away from that. So we're putting in a wall and having the yards drain forward. So her concern was that there might be drainage from the site overflowing onto her property, and that's not all the case. The way we have the street and building those pads up, they'll actually drain forward into the street. Additionally, the north part of the site here, there's what we call overland release running through the project here as well as down here. So things are actually kind of sloping this way within the site, and we're bringing up, and we have a wall. So we're not discharging any water towards her property at all. In fact, there's a small wall there that will prevent that. So I understood her concern, and we incorporated that. And she spoke to Roger as well as we have.
Can I ask you a question on that? Yeah. On the drainage, so it's going to go into the creek?
It drains
and then out.
into our site, through our site, and then eventually discharges into the creek.
Into the creek, okay.
After it goes through this kind of water quality.
The big swimming pool you got out there right now?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you go look at that?
No, not yet, but I was to check the weather. I think we got another. I think we got 1.25 inches in it. So.
Yeah, there's some ducks out there.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, really?
Okay, so I think so that's 4
And
items.
then the monument or signage.
So explain to me a little bit more about the concern with the entry. So
I don't know.
we're trying to avoid
That's
the
something
gated.
Cara brought up, so I was going to
All
ask her
signs
what.
have to go in front of you for approval.
Yes.
Okay.
We can bring our sign back to you.
Yeah, I think maybe what we're trying to say is we kind of want to discourage that, something estates or something like that.
Welcome to the exclusive Parkside Estates.
Right.
Exactly.
Park Pass. No, I understand that, and we like to create a place of presence. So we want someone that's buying the home to feel like we're using these strange copperleaf and Parkside and so forth. So we like to do that because buyers enjoy that, but at the same time, I totally respect the idea that we're trying to create something that's a separate entity from.
Yeah, I think my personal opinion is, something like a ranch-style sign or, wooden sign, something like that, rather than a traditional monument sign.
Santa Barbara.
Okay, so that was 5.
This. So we'll bring that back before you.
Could I ask for something?
Yeah.
Could I ask just one more add to your list? Could I see another 2-story in lieu of the French Canole? Do you have something else out there that you can throw in?
Maybe
something.
Italian.
You don't like that, do you?
Get out and drive around town.
Yeah,
So take a look at something.
I was thinking about your question. It's a valid one. It's the problem is we've got kind of 2 movements of culture. One is the history of the evolution of architecture and San Juan, and then we're trying to incorporate into these ideas of, hey, we're trying to build for the future, which is taking up less land, imposing smaller footprints. So as we get bigger houses, as opposed to building on quarter-acre lots, what we're doing with sites like this is, hey, we want to build smaller lots, create more open space for public use. And when that happens, you bump up to 2 stories. And so that's kind of what we're seeing here.
And I get that. I just, that is...
You're addressing the style?
The style. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't have... this is a city of history, and in this historic town, I don't think you can find one of those. That's what I'm just kind of going by the guidelines. That some people worked really hard to put that thing together, and I'd hate to kind of disrespect them.
I understand. And, I didn't see anything in there that specifically precluded. It asks for variety and having flexibility to allow for that variety. So again, we're trying to balance that.
But it does break it down into date, time periods type of thing. And I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse. I mean, I'm only one guy on the obviously, I think I'm the only one who has an issue with it, but well, I wouldn't.
I'd like to see more creative and imaginative solutions. And that's language that comes right out.
I'm just trying to follow the guidelines. That's
that's following the guidelines. It says to be creative.
Yeah, the guideline that we were looking was under section 5.1, which style is appropriate. And it says, ultimately, choosing which architectural style, including contemporary styles, is used a matter of choice, keeping in mind the existing context and vocabulary of adjacent development, as well as the will of the community to maintain strength and eclectic vernacular images and preservation of tradition. So, we're kind of working to do that. That look and feel, but still kind of working within the context of, we need to have a 2-story, and it's something that, we feel buyers are really receptive to that elevation, even though it's not an ideal. So it's just.
Well, I mean, just as far as the facade, if you will, I mean, is it possible to make it kind of more like a traditional ranch style or something like that? I mean, it is on ranch property.
I'd like to see the balconies instead.
So do this for us. Just take a look at that particular, I'm calling it a facade style, and just see what your thoughts are on re-engineering that. So number 6 would be rethink the style. What is it? French?
The French country?
French country.
French country.
For the 2-story or for both or single?
The 2-story.
Just a 2-story.
On only the 2-story one?
Yeah, the other one is kind of cool. I like the little courtyard.
All right, so that's 6. Anybody have anything else they would like them to come back to us with? Okay.
Can I drive one of those big D9 high tracks out there?
The what?
Can I drive one of the big D9?
Now you get my 3-year-old son loves big equipment. So
I bet.
it's gonna be him.
Well, garages, elevation, drainage. There was a 7th one.
Balconies?
No. It was the language.
That is number 3.
Elevations? Oh,
That's the language one, right?
that's elevation. Okay. All right, thank you. All right. Yeah, what was your comment, sir?
Is it still open for public comment?
No, it's actually, the comments closed, but be glad to listen to what you have to say.
We just went through a process for the copper leaf, and we've gone through this property for I find it disingenuous of how you treated the two different projects. That your guidelines, as you point out, do not include French. You can be creative and so on, but the previous project had questions from you guys regarding lighting and positioning and all the rest of that. And this developer is asking for unlimited control of how many units of this or that. They're asking for permission to do anything that fits the market, and they're saying that if it's opposite one or not opposite another one, is completely different from what Copperleaf is proposing, which is more varieties in a smaller project. And I just feel that there wasn't equity here, and I just want to be clear that French style is not in your general plan, and as you said, a lot of people wanted this, and that took a long time for that to occur, and to just kind of say, okay, we'll do French.
Well, I don't think that's what we said. I think we said we didn't want to do French.
I know, but the two-story French is what you
Yeah,
thought.
so look,
I
I appreciate what you're saying. I think we're talking about really a project that perhaps had a little bit more, and at least my opinion, of the questions that we had tonight regarding that project. And you also got to recognize, and I would strongly advise you to realize that this planning commission did not want that. All right, so we're trying to do a lot of mending and transparency within our community to show that we're trying to work with you to address those concerns. So, my advice to you would be just take that to heart. You know what our questions and answers are going to be. I think the things that we asked them, they're going to come back to us and look at them. And I don't think we had the same type of questions, okay, about sound walls or lighting or things like that. So, thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think I'm sorry, what is your name again?
Jess.
Jess. So I think what I'd like to do, I'm going to ask them for a motion to continue this to the next meeting. I think that the laundry list of items you have are very minor. And I think we can probably, get all that cleared up within the next meeting for you. And I'll just ask you one more time. Is there anything that we could help this, because these are minor items, and I know it's only a month away, but is there anything we can do to help streamline?
Special meeting 2 weeks from now. I can have an elevation that will be elevated by the end of the week.
And you can address all these other issues
Yeah,
also?
I think that's language
The 6?
that I can work with staff on.
Does that give you time?
So we got that water forum, and then the council's at the 17th,
The 24th.
You're asking us for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand the 3-year thing, and I understand the urgency.
You can't just start working around that?
No. It's a fair question. We require your guys' approval before we can submit construction drawings. So that's kind of.
That's what you want.
Yeah. So once I get your approval, then I can have construction drawings moving forward, and incorporate these changes.
and they don't know whether and how much gets done.
Might not get anything. That's a lot.
Well,
if that works with staff, I'm not going to push it that hard. I appreciate you guys working with us and looking for options.
okay. So I would look for a motion to continue this to the next regular meeting, which is February 7th.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, so that's 5-0 to continue to the next.
Okay.
Thank you.
Meeting. Thank you.
Okay, where are we now? DE.
Okay, so let's try to get this done. So staff report on item, I think it's the brewery.
Okay, real quick. The revocation of a permit, site design review, rests with the city council. But I wanted to bring it to you as a upfront thing to say that this is what we're going to do. Over the years, Mr. Hippolito has failed to do a lot of the things, and showed you some letters that I've written him over the thing, the stuff that we're trying to work with him, but he is going through some difficult time with his family life. He's going through a divorce. He just kind of stopped, but he has not resulted in any contact there. And so I canceled the building permit because there was no work done within 180 days, and it's permissible in the Uniform Building Code, the California Building Code. And so they got the site design review to rebuild the building, and then built another two-story building behind it. And what I'm asking the city council is to revoke that permit, and if he comes back, he's got to come back in front of you.
Yep.
And start all over again.
Thank you.
Okay. So
And this is more just informational for you, but I wanted you to be aware.
it's listed as an action item. I'm sorry, Roger. It's listed as an action item.
Is it an action item?
Yeah.
I give you a resolution.
So does that conclude your staff report?
Yes.
Public comment on the item?
I'll just mention too, that this is one of the things that was specifically called out by the new city council members at the last meeting, was figuring out ways to get properties such as this one moving forward with something. So this is kind of one of our attempts to start doing that.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Is there public comment on this item? Okay, thank you. So the action item. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No worries. Has he responded to, I mean, you sent him a bunch of letters. Has he responded in writing at all?
No.
Just
Haven't heard it.
disappeared.
The hearing in front of the city council requires us to send him a registered letter with a receipt requested. So it's very formal, because it's going to be a public hearing in front of the city council.
That's just too bad that it fell apart like that.
Yeah.
So the resolution that we prepared here basically is to recommend to the city council to
Revoke the permit. Okay.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve resolution 2017-4. Somebody make that motion.
I move that we approve of resolution 2017 dash, was it or?
4.
4, okay.
You want to read the title for the record?
Sure, a resolution of
No, the maker of the motion, read the title.
I'll read the title. Recommending City Council revoke the permit under SJB section 11-17-050, a brewery. Is that what you wanted?
That's the way it's done.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, please.
I'll second.
Second, all those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions?
Down as a abstain on this vote.
Okay, did you want to state reason, Andy? Or?
Just to be in contact with.
Yeah, okay.
y'all.
Okay, so an abstention from council,
4 ayes.
Planning Commissioner Moore. All right, I'd like to table these discussion items, I think, unless staff thinks there's some earth-shattering reason to go through these.
Yes, I would like to table those.
Most of them are informational. I just wanted to pass the information along to you on the Planning Commission handbook, which I gave you.
Yes.
And chapter 2.3 of the boards and commissions subdivision ordinance and the JIP.
Okay. So that might be some good information. So we may want to bring some of these items back. Comments and report, planning commissioners. I had one, and Commissioner Boyd and I discussed this a little bit. I think it might be helpful to have some kind of document, like a preference document, that when these projects come forward, hey, we would like to see, we'd like to specifically see you do things like the solar, the reclaimed water. I don't even know what that laundry list looks like now, but I'm sure, Roger, in your experience and Matt's experience, you might come up with a list of things. Like if you could build a dream package to give the developer who might want to come to us with conceptual approvals or anything like that, what that might look like. Does that kind of characterize what you and I talked about?
Yes, it does.
So just, don't set the world on fire getting that done right away, but I think that would be something that I'd like to see us do. Matt, when I got into it, I was very impressed with the electronic documents that were available, and I've been using those almost extensively rather than this throughout the meeting. Is it fair to say that that's representative of most of the projects that would come to us, that anything that might be in our binder would probably actually be there, not only for our review, but the public?
It should be that way moving forward. Before I came back, I don't believe those were being posted on the website.
Okay.
So that's a new thing. But I'm working with Connie
Yes.
Yeah. So,
and I'm trying to get them up there the same day that they're available to you guys, or sooner, just so that generally not sooner, because we don't want the community coming to you with questions on something you haven't seen yet, but we want to coordinate and make sure those are out the same day.
okay, so I'd like to see us continue to do that. And then
Do you have any issues with size? Sorry, by the way, before we move on from that. because
well, they
I can
download
reduce
it.
the size of the PDFs too if they were taking too long.
They just downloaded slow. That's why I was asking for Wi-Fi when I got here, because I didn't.
Gotcha.
But
Because I can reduce them too.
let's you and I talk about that,
Okay.
because I might have some other ideas about, never mind,
Presentation.
how to have that happen. And then the last related to that, has the council or this body or anybody ever said, is there a way that like these visuals that we're seeing, like the public could see them, like, can somebody go to Best Buy and do something? I mean,
That's on our list.
Okay.
The rest, between
Funny
now,
I should ask.
Between now and the end of the fiscal year, we're putting in flat screens.
I remember when I was either on
Oh, you mean we're going to have real projectors?
when I was on the city council or the planning commission, I donated that little gray thing there, and everybody thought that was the neatest thing ever. But it's obviously a little dated.
It's a little dated. Yes.
Okay, I'm taking up a lot of time here, and we're in overtime. Planning commissioners, any other comments or reports?
No.
Good.
All right.
Just
good.
thank you for showing me through the website a little bit, and thank you for your patience, all of you. I appreciate it.
I called him earlier today. He said, like I was telling you earlier, only I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Scott. Okay, city manager comments?
None. I think, like Matt said, we've got several items that we're progressing on to increase our electronic distribution of information. We'll be working on that for the next 4 or 5 months.
Great. So no city attorney no. Any other staff comments?
I'd say I'm working myself cross-eyed on the water forum stuff, so hopefully you guys are going to be impressed by that. I just finished the flyer. It's up on the website now, and it's going to be
I saw that.
distributed today and onward.
There's a lot of people talking about it, so it's good.
Yeah. Okay, so I would look for a motion to adjourn 3 minutes late. All those in favor, aye. Oh, I'm sorry, is there a second?
I'll second.